Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Jose Martinez. Jose, how are you doing?
Fiona, first, hello everyone. Hello, chat. Thank you, Fiona, for joining you in this commentary. This is my third day. Actually, the second one because yesterday I didn't be here. Really
Yesterday,
happy.
actually, you were traveling, but before traveling, you had time for the early title Tuesday.
Yeah, I wake up 10 minutes earlier for the start and I play it. And that was my best title Tuesday in 2024, actually.
Wow. I mean, to win it ahead of Magnus Carlsen, congratulations, must have been very nice.
Thank you, thank you. I try to get inspired by Hikaru, no? So we hope Hikaru today can make a comeback, can get some points, and this tournament actually didn't finish after this day because we are expecting 2 more days for Blitz. We know how excellent, how incredible Hikaru is in the Blitz section, in the Blitz portion. So we are rooting for him now. Excited for the upcoming matches.
Absolutely. I mean, Hikaru himself yesterday mentioned that this tournament is a little bit like the Speed Chess Championship in that even if the first portion, you know, the 5+1 or the 3+1, even if they don't go your way, like there's always time to come back in the bullet in the SCC or in this case in the Blitz. Remember, guys, if you're watching this tomorrow and the day after, there will be 18 rounds of Blitz, 9 rounds on each day, so a double round robin. So I think for today, it's important that Hikaru, you know, he doesn't need to win all 3 games. I mean, of course, would be nice, but I think it's just important to stay within striking distance of the leaders. We can see the standings there under Jose on your screen. We see that there are 3 players tied in the lead at the moment: Nepomniachtchi, Vasiliev, and Firouzja on 8 points, and Aronian on 7, Dominguez on 6. And Hikaru is on the big group of players on 5 points. And he's actually starting the day with the white pieces against Wesley. So what do you expect from this game?
I hope not a Berlin draw, at least. But I think Hikaru is gonna push the game until the win. I hope he can manage his nerves. I hope also he can be in a good mood this new day. He tweeted something about like was a difficult day, a hard day yesterday, but yeah.
He had a nice dinner, right?
Yeah, I saw a lot of Japanese food. I'm not a Japanese food. I didn't eat a lot of in my usual routine, but yeah, it's Japanese food cuisine is really nice.
For sure. What is your favorite cuisine?
Peruvian. Yeah, you know, Peru has a lot of a lot of options, a lot of many ingredients we use. So okay, I born with the Peruvian cuisine, so it's for me it's the best. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a pity. Like in Europe, at least, there are not too many Peruvian restaurants. So I don't know if I ever tried it. So on my to-do list still, I'm a vegetarian. I don't know if it's very vegetarian friendly, Peruvian food.
We like to prepare many dishes with fish and similars. I don't know if you try it. You can try
I
it.
don't eat fish.
Oh, yeah, it's difficult because in Peru we use a lot of meat, chicken a lot, and potato. Potato, I think, is the main ingredient of the every single dish. Or
Okay,
rice.
potato is good. Rice is
Rice,
also
potato.
good. Okay, I'll make sure to try Peruvian cuisine at some point. Meanwhile, we see Hikaru and Wesley have arrived for the game. So far, I think Hikaru has opened every game with e4. Yesterday, he actually repeated this e4, c5, f4 against Levon. We'll see. what I think in this game, I expect more e4, f5, and then what? Maybe a Rui Lopez, an Italian game. That's my prediction.
Yeah, it's Wesley So is a Italian kind of player. I don't know if Hikaru will try this famous bishop opening. He likes to play bishop c4 in the second move. Also, he likes to play every single in, secondary opening in against c45. So we can expect every a random choice today.
Well, we see this time he opens with knight f3, g3, so he is veering away from e4 that he's been playing so far, but this is an opening. I'm sure you have faced it many times against Hikaru online.
Yeah, actually, Hikaru used to play a lot of ready. I don't know what is his approach because this opening has a lot of ways to play. Maybe he likes the c4 breakup, c4 break in the center. Maybe he likes to play like King's Indian with a tempo. I don't know which choice he will use today.
What do you expect? Do you think?
This c5 is a interesting move. Actually, you don't have a lot of options. Maybe we'll transpose to a Catalan. I think this will be a Catalan game after d4.
So d4, your prediction. Hikaru is taking his time to figure out how to meet c5. It looks like maybe this response by Wesley was maybe a bit of a surprise for him.
Yeah, this is kind of hard to explain. This c5 move is not like novelty, but you can play in a lot of ways. Hikaru is choosing now d4, but after bishop g2. Actually, this is interesting because now we are in a maybe usual position of the Catalan opening.
Yeah, I'm curious. It's like I'm looking at the chess.com names of the opening, you know, and it's like with every move it changes. It changes what it is.
Okay. This is not a common move, actually.
No.
E3, I was expecting c4 because it's the normal way to play. E3 is like Hikaru wants to play a Carlsbad structure. You know, the Carlsbad structure is when the structure when black plays cd4, ed4. But with the fianchetto, I don't think it's a good choice. But also the c8 bishop is not out of the f7, e6, d5 chain. So
what is going to happen with these two bishops? Are we going to see some fianchetto maybe on the queen side, or?
yeah, actually, it's really common to Hikaru's games to play double fianchetto with b3, bishop b2. But he usually plays before he plays d4.
What did you say?
He plays b3, bishop d2, bishop b2 before he plays d4. So yeah, in
So
other
with
order.
the pawn still
Yeah,
back.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm very curious by what's happening in the opening. Okay, Wesley has played bishop e7, but it feels like both players are taking their time for these opening moves. Maybe neither of them expected, you know, the other one's play or the other one's response. And I'm curious. I mean, what are the options? Can Hikaru still play c4 here? Can he play b3? He take on c5 with a...
Yeah, I think he will play c4, but after dc5, so he can avoid maybe some isolate pawn or some.
So what if black takes? You go c4 now, yeah?
Yeah, and now after c4, white is threatening some cd5, and Wesley should think, no? If he wants to play with to take with e, he will play the isolate pawn for the rest of the game. And if he takes with the knight, he will
let's say here he will play with this isolated pawn, and if he takes with the knight.
And it's not bad, that isolate pawn, I think. But if he takes with knight, this is the kind of position the Catalan player likes, because you have the better bishop on g2, and the bad bishop on c8 for black. So strategically, this is really good. Really, 90% of the time, I think white is having a good game.
And Wesley actually decided not to recapture this pawn immediately. He castles first. And now queen e2.
That is interesting.
It's a bit very mysterious move to me. Is it just clearing the d1 square for the rook?
Maybe he wants to play c4 without any risk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Hikaru's playing something like knight c3 4. Rook d1 c4 doesn't have too much sense for me because Wesley can play bishop c5 now and then queen e7, and you will not
So let's see if you
pin
do
the queen.
this.
Yeah, and if there is a plan with white with a3 before gaining a space, developing the bishop on c1 to b2, but a5 just avoid that.
Yeah, very interesting battle here. I mean, the computer is saying that black can maybe try to grab some space in the center immediately here with the e5.
This is like a Catalan, but with black, no?
Yeah.
Because usually in the Catalan, you give a
Yeah.
pawn to gain the center, but now black is doing that. Is giving a pawn on c5 to control the center. So
I
it's
mean,
kind
white
of
can
weird.
never really hold on to this pawn anyway, right? Like you're never in time. Let's say
Yeah.
if white plays a3, black can, I guess, either take or play a5.
Yeah, I think a5 is the correct move after a3 because but yeah, Hikaru is trying, I think, using other kind of opening to surprise Wesley. You know, Wesley's the kind of player, he knows really, really well his openings. He knows maybe until move 30 in every single variation. So the way Hikaru is playing, I think, is not the best, but he's trying Wesley to think. He's expecting Wesley to think every single move and have a not normal game, and maybe relying his tactic ability, because now positionally, if we are talking in positional terms, I'll prefer black.
Would you play e5?
I'm the kind of player who can like sacrifice the pawn for a moment. Yeah, I can play e5 like Wesley now.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see Hikaru's next move. As we can see from the bar, and as you just explained, the computer is not the biggest fan of what Hikaru has done in the opening, but he has played all of this pretty quickly. But I'm very curious to see what is his next move now. Is he going to try immediately to undermine the center with c4? I mean, I'm still looking at these pieces, and I want to get them out, but I'm not too sure what's the best way to do it.
I think c4 is maybe the only way Hikaru's to continue. I don't see Hikaru's playing other move than c4. He doesn't like to give the center too much. I think black is threatening some bishop g4 and e4 ideas, so maybe the only move I can consider in this position is h3, avoiding bishop g4. For example, if white plays a3 instead of h3, black can play e4 first.
E4 first.
And knight d4, bishop g4. You don't like to play f3 in this kind of positions. You have enough weaknesses to create other ones.
Yeah. So this position would already be quite unpleasant, yeah, with the weakness of the light squares and.
But yeah, Hikaru's plays e4, fortunately.
Okay. And now a big question. I mean, there's so many things here that black can do, right? Black can play e4, black can play d4, black could capture. But Wesley quite quickly decides on d4. And here comes rook d1. But But can he still do what you were talking about, take and then just get out of the pin? Maybe?
Mm, yeah, actually, there is an interesting and nice move after bishop c5 that is knight c3. Um, Black cannot take that knight because the pin, so you are developing your knight in maybe the only square,
Yeah.
which is good. I don't see knight bd2 as a good move.
Knight
So
bd2.
is not a good way to develop that knight, I think. You're blocking.
Yeah, also, I mean, we were talking earlier about weaknesses here. This would already be, I think, a big disaster. So knight c3 instead.
You can see that every single piece, almost every single piece of black is out of his original square, and also Hikaru has at least 3 pieces in their original square. So this is at least in the opening not good for him. He's trying to make creative ideas, but reminds me some game from him in the candidates like that he forget to develop his pieces, and that could end bad if Wesley has some interesting tactics. I don't know. Tactic is maybe the only way that Black can punish this maybe creative ways of Hikaru.
But how? How do you create? I guess bishop takes must be logical, no? At some point, you want to take back that pawn and you defend your pawn on d4. I mean, I'm struggling. I'm curious what Wesley is thinking about. To me, it seems very logical to take here.
Yeah, but the c5 pawn is free. I think in 2 or 1 move later. So maybe Wesley's thinking about rook e8 or developing another piece. He can take the c5 pawn at any time.
Whenever.
So yeah.
So rook e8. And maybe again this move you were talking about, knight c3, developing the knight. Yeah, things could actually get quite sharp here, like with some tactics in the center. In general, what is your advice for people watching this, you know, when you have some tension in the center, for how to decide when to release the tension, when to take, when to is it, you know, very like concrete, or do you have some general guidelines?
I think depends on the context of the position. It's not always the same, and I think it's not good to generalize a decision. Yeah, you should not make a decision based on just one thing. You need to analyze every single position like a different scenario. But if you are a not good, not tactical good player, you need to close the position. I think just to avoid such a open position that there is a lot of things to calculate. For example, after bishop c5, you can try at e4 at some point. It's
E4.
yeah, not for Hikaru.
Oh, okay. I was
For,
thinking. I'm like, oh God, this one. Okay, yeah.
yeah.
At some point to make E4 work for black.
Yeah, I'm for the beginners, for the people who doesn't like the tactics. Yeah, if you don't want to face that, you can place some decision like e4, close the position, and play strategic and a long game with maneuvers. So you're
But
playing
let's
in your
see.
side.
Hikaru does not want to allow any of this E4 business, and he takes on D4. Now, again, a big question for black. How to recapture on D4?
I think black should take with pawn because Wesley has the space advantage. So he is not thinking in trading pieces. No, knight d4 will help a little Hikaru's position. So it's
You would
for me.
trade then, yeah?
E4 is an obvious move for Wesley, in my opinion.
It does make sense, as you're saying, when you're the player with the more space, you want to avoid trades,
Yeah.
so E takes. And let's talk about this pawn. I always, in my own games, I don't like isolated pawns in general, but here I understand that you have very good pieces, you have good piece plays, you have good space. So I guess you're saying this isolated pawn is a strength here rather than a weakness.
Yeah, it's not just an isolated pawn. It's actually a pass
Fast.
protected.
Yeah.
And pass protected pawn are really strong. Actually, in this position, that pawn is doing a great job, not allowing white's b1 knight to develop, no?
Well,
And that,
actually, what happens here? Can I not play this move?
yes, you can play, but then what you will do? What is the next square for that knight? Is the
Can
question.
I, okay, maybe go here and try to target this pawn?
Yeah, but you now are dealing with a6 ideas, so
Mm,
if you are not attacking enough that e4 pawn, maybe you will come back
get
with that
my
knight
knight
after
trapped.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not trap because you have at least a3 in the
Yeah,
square,
but
but
it's a bit sad. Um, yeah, I'm really, really surprised that Wesley is spending so much time on this move, how to recapture. He takes
knight.
with the knight. Wow. That is really a surprise to me, but I think, as Hikaru fans here, it's a good surprise. We should be happy to see this move.
We can consider not a blunder, but a little mistake
Yeah.
from Wesley. Now I think Hikaru uh, will be happy after that move. He has less pieces to develop and less pieces to think where I should put where's where I should place that knight. And
Also, this bishop now comes much more to life on this long diagonal,
yeah,
um, which makes it, I mean, this bishop is one of the only the only black minor piece that hadn't been developed yet, and it makes it much harder now to develop it with this exchange on d4.
mm, but bishop g4 is always an idea, and I don't like bishop g4 if I am Hikaru because I will trade my g2 bishop. Just don't lose the exchange. No, imagine
Mm.
e4 now. I don't know. Let's consider bishop f4 like an option, and then bishop
Mm-hmm.
g4. You are trading your best bishop.
Mm-hmm. I
Actually,
had
it's
to
not
play.
bad. I feel good with white now. If black trade
And
in
if
f3
black
directly,
plays.
and if black plays rook e8, I'm not feeling good. Just depends. It's only a one move map
One move
issue.
can make a
Yeah,
big difference.
yeah. Let's see bishop f3 without rook e8.
He took with the rook,
In
with the bishop actually on d4.
Actually, that is another mistake. I think okay, it's the position Wesley wants to play, but it's not objectively not a good position for black. He has a better option e d4 instead of bishop d4. But okay, if he thinks this is the best choice, if we can say Hikaru is in a safe situation now. The opening trouble is gone.
Yeah, I feel a bit relieved. I mean, e takes e was better here, but really, especially here, honestly, I would be very curious to hear Wesley's thoughts on why he decided to take with the knight. But anyway, let's go back to the live position. We were talking about wanting to avoid bishop here. So do we play h3?
Mm, I don't like h3 because now I want to develop my knight or my bishop, but how how much good is bishop g4? I don't know actually. Imagine we
Bishop
play
again.
knight c3 now,
Okay.
and then bishop g4, bishop f3, and then for example take. Um, Now I like white's position if I can trade the c1 bishop against the f6 knight and put my knight in
Mm-hmm.
d5, but I'm not in time to do that.
Mm-hmm. So let's say in a dream world where
Yeah,
black lets us do everything
Yeah,
we
everything
want.
like King H8
Actually,
waiting
now we
move.
even have knight here immediately.
In a dream world, we can win in 3 moves, but is not the case, unfortunately.
So knight c3 is your vote. So let's see this position one more time. What did Hikaru? Hikaru played h3 actually.
Yeah. He knows that the G2 bishop is really strong. He doesn't want to trade. And now maybe Wesley will start to attack weaknesses. C4 and H3 are 2 pawns that we need to see twice in every single decision we make. Like if I am black and I'm playing some blitz, I will consider bishop e6, queen c8 as my 2-second moves. Because I am attacking h3 twice and c4 twice.
And actually, bishop e6 was played, and Hikaru quickly responds with bishop e3.
So what is happening after queen c8? So white is winning d4 pawn, black is winning h3 pawn, but Hikaru will control the center, will control the d file. So he maybe he's a little better, at least comfortable in his position.
Yeah, this I think is much more pleasant than what we were looking at. The computer even suggests bishop h1 to keep this beautiful bishop.
Okay.
Which looks a bit crazy, but okay. Once you see it, it kind of course, knight c3, I guess the most natural move, finally completing the development.
Finally.
Finally. But yeah, I think things have taken a turn for the better here. For Hikaru, I see Ahmed in the chat is saying Hikaru is rapid today. Yeah, he's been playing fast. 20 minutes on the clock for Hikaru, only 12 for Wesley. I see also Master Chief was saying Wesley not in good form in recent times, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Wesley's recent form?
I didn't see him playing a lot of tournaments. For sure, I know the match he plays on the Speeches Championship, but he beats in the first round Nordirberg. No? So I think he was playing good. To beat Nordirberg in a long match of the Speeches, you need to be in a good shape because Nordirberg is a youngster, is a rising star.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's strange. Wesley, I agree with you. I mean, he used to play so much all the time, but I think in recent times, I think he mentioned in some interview that he doesn't enjoy, traveling all the time so much anymore, maybe as he did before. So yeah, it's hard to say what's been going on with him. I think it's also hard to base an assessment on just one tournament, but yeah, for me, this is really a very uncharacteristic and very strange decision to take here with the knight. I think it's just, even for me, with the explanation, with this general knowledge of like, okay, if I have more space, I don't want to trade pieces. I feel like it's a very basic kind of knowledge. So I'd be very curious to know what his reasoning was. But anyway, we are past that. Bishop e3 is on the board. We looked at queen c8. What other options are there for black?
Maybe queen d7, doing the same on h3, but doesn't allow white to take the pawn on d4. Yeah, queen d7. You need to play king h2. But yeah, black plays queen b6. Another way to defend the d4 bishop, but also putting pressure on the b2 pawn. Now it's interesting to play b3. b3 is a nice move to defend the b2 pawn.
And black, of course, cannot take.
Cannot take that because the queen.
Yeah.
There is a reason, the only reason that b3 is working now.
b3 is a very funny move, actually. But I think it's a good move, right? Maybe the best move in the position.
Yeah, because you solved also the C4 weakness. Yeah, you're defending that pawn for the rest of the game. So and you're solving also another problem, which is B2. B2 and C4 is solved.
Yeah, I really like this move. I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru plays it. We see Hikaru deep focus. Today is a big day because he is playing. I mean, I think even on paper, I think the guys he is playing today, Wesley, Lenier, Praggnanandhaa, of course they are very strong players, but I think they are on the lower end of the starting list of the players in this event, and especially Wesley and Praggnanandhaa haven't been doing well, especially Praggnanandhaa has been struggling. But do you think Hikaru is targeting today as, okay, let me get a maximum amount of points? Also, he has two whites, of course. He will be white against Wesley and against Pragg in the last round.
Yeah, for sure, he's trying uh, to take advantage of the not good performances of his opponents today. Yeah, he used a lot of psychology skills in the game, so he maybe will play really fresh, energetic openings, energetic ideas to just put a lot of pressure to his opponents. Get that 3 points. I think Hikaru is thinking, okay, I want to take that 3 points today. I, I believe in that. I also believe in him. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. Like, it would be sick, but I think with the two whites, if he can get a win in the first game, it will also, increase his confidence. And then um, I think Lenier, Lenier is such a good player. He's also solid. He's hard to beat. I think, well, yesterday actually I was talking about the event where I saw you as well in Berlin, the Armageddon tournament, and I was so impressed how calm Lenier was, even in these situations with almost no time on the clock. But I think Lenier is someone who gets quite low on time, right? Like he will
Mm,
spend a lot of time. So I think Hikaru will maybe try. Like I think in this game as well, he has played the opening phase quite quickly, and now he's using his time. But I think it is a bit of his strategy to put his opponents under some pressure on the clock.
yeah, but in the critical moments like now, he's using his time advantage in the correct way. He knows uh, his time management is incredible.
And there he
He
goes, B3. And one question I have now, actually, what if Wesley just trades? You take
mm,
with the queen or the pawn?
with the queen, I think, because you don't want to have that two weaknesses on e3 and g3 with the queens. That could end in a bad situation. And in the end game, I like white because just the bishops. Just look the bishops, one on e6, the other on g2, controlling the whole diagonal from a8 to h1, also attacking a pawn. If we can consider another thing is the knights. The c3 knight has a lot of potential. Maybe knight c3, a4, c5, or knight c3, b5, c7, d6. D6 is actually a good square, a good end square to reach, because in that square, yeah, you can attack every single piece, and you can control a lot of squares of the rooks. So if you think in black terms, in the black side, you don't have any ideas. What is your idea with black? I don't see any option.
Yeah, it's tricky. I have a feeling Wesley is going to trade and play the Sun game, especially with the time. Okay, there is still plenty of time, 9 minutes, but he knows, that Hikaru will press him. Okay, if he doesn't want to trade, then what else? Where do these rooks, where do they go?
I think it's if Wesley doesn't take on e3, he needs to defend the b7 pawn, like rook a b8, because it's the most problematic weakness for him.
And then what if Hikaru takes. What do you make of this?
Or
Earlier we
he,
talked about the passed pawn, but now the pawn is less protected than it was before.
he can play knight c3 instead of taking, so he developed the knight and then
Mm-hmm.
taking on d4. That could work. Also, you cannot take the knight again because the pin. He's taking advantage of the tactical thing. And then after rook f8, for example, you can take on d4, maybe play knight a4. Yeah, you have some counterplay.
Yeah.
I would like to play queen e5, but yeah, black can play now queen c7, queen a5, even queen d6, and I'm not I cannot play queen e5 then. So
Any of these moves to control. So let's say if black, I was almost
yeah,
there.
another
If
dream
black,
world. Queen b4, for example, is it's a move you can consider, and then queen e5, white has a lot of advantage.
Beautiful square for the queen. Wesley is spending quite a lot of time here on his move. I still think he will continue the trading strategy, but we will see. Outrageous Speed is saying, "What's this time management?" Yeah, I think it might come back to hunt Wesley, not to hunt. What's to haunt? Not to hunt him, to haunt him. The fact that he's spending so much time here. Because he will, Hikaru is not doing much better, but he has a small edge and he will press it for a long time. And to defend it later with very low time is going to be tricky for Wesley, who does play rook d8. So no care is given for now to the pawn on b7.
Yeah. And I think Hikaru, I think he will not play knight c3. He has a lot of moves. Also, knight a3 to knight c2. It's interesting choice. Okay, they play a little faster.
Knight c3 on the board and a6, stopping the knight from jumping to b5. But as you mentioned, the knight has other jumps. a4 is one of them, maybe in some lines. The knight can jump to e4. Maybe it can jump at some point in the future to d5. How do we... Okay, what if I just immediately ask a question to this pawn?
I like that option. That move isn't really a problem for Wesley because now I think he should take on e3 or I don't know. Queen a5 is the other only move I can consider just to attack another piece. Bishop c8 is not an option after queen f3
But
because
can you
you're
play
getting
rook
passive.
d7?
Sure. But I like now. Now the queen is in f3, not in e2. You can take on d4 and then knight e2 and then knight f4. I like that square for the knight. You're attacking the bishop on a6. You're covering the d3 square. You're maybe jumping on d5 in the correct moment. So it's an excellent choice, an excellent setup for Hikaru's pieces.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these lines we are seeing look very, very pleasant for Hikaru, who has a lot of time now to figure out what to do. So we were just looking at queen f3, which looks nice, but I guess he can also do other moves like rook c1, stepping out of the pin. Even though, of course, the knight is still untouchable, but
Rook c1 is the kind of move you want to play if you don't want to think.
yeah.
Okay, I'm tired to think. I will play rook ac1, the obvious move to end my
And there it is.
develop. Yeah.
Yeah. Rook c1. And by the way, for everyone who had any questions about the format, so today is the last day of Rapid. We will see 3 games, and they always start after 90 minutes. So we start at 10 minutes past the hour. The next one will be 90 minutes later, and then 90 minutes later again. And then we have 18 games of Blitz to look forward to the next 2 days. Rook C1, and I think it's also from a practical point of view, it's quite a tricky situation for Wesley because it's not easy. His position is not easy now to make moves.
Yeah, actually, you can play h6, always useful move. Rook d7, like you said, and then rook fd8 is also an option. Maybe queen a5, just forcing the capture on d4.
So let's see. Let's admit he plays h6. How does Hikaru? I still like this queen f3 actually to put.
Yeah, queen f3 is should be in Hikaru's mind. I think.
But this endgame, I don't know. I would be a bit worried as white that I don't have enough here. But okay, at least it's nice always. You kind of feel that you're playing for two results here, right?
Yeah, that Wesley knows. If he trades on e3, he's playing just for a draw, or he can lose that game. So
h6, we're predicting a lot of moves today.
Also, queen f3 is not threatening. I think no, but he is not threatening bishop h6. Interesting tactical. But
so
I think
let's say, is it?
It's not working for like, so many.
why?
Yeah, for example, I don't know,
E4.
bishop f2, e4, a lot of counter.
I'm looking
tactics,
at the computer. The computer is saying e4. And what else?
Yeah, e4, I think it's enough to just. But yeah, Hikaru plays queen f3. Finally, he did a move like Wesley will take a lot of time to take his next decision. This is a critical move, critical position actually. It's
Because
not
actually,
easy.
if rook d7, does this? What happens here? No, same again, e4. Okay.
And now bishop d4.
He didn't spend much time, by the way. He played rook d7 very quickly.
If Hikaru spot queen f3, will be not a problem to spot knight e2, knight f4 idea. Actually, Hikaru likes to have his pieces in a
So you were saying to take, right?
Yeah,
Take
and
and
knight
knight e2.
e2 f4. Hikaru likes to have his pieces in a square. That piece can do every single threat. Yeah, in f4 you're doing every single threat,
Yeah, the
like
knight will be.
defending, attacking, dominating. So.
Oh, knight will be a beast here on f4. Yeah, this is just going to be eternal suffering, I think, for Wesley. Especially now with 5 Clark. Okay, let's see if Hikaru takes. If he doesn't take, okay, black is getting ready to double. Can we do the same thing?
I will be afraid about e4 issues or I don't know, some goals, some tactic miss. I would
it's also
prefer.
you're right that e4 and the fact that the rook is not protected. I mean, we can see from the bar that it works, but I think it's not a move.
It's
you
not a
want
natural.
to play.
It's not a natural way to put the pieces. Yeah, it's you need to calculate a lot if you play for d3.
I like your suggestion. I feel it will give Hikaru easy play. This knight on f4 will be very hard to kick out. We always have this pressure along the diagonal. I mean, looks great.
Yeah,
the chat is again talking about this cameras they are using in St. Louis, which is just, I don't know if you ever noticed, but when the players are close to the camera, their arms and their shoulders look so huge.
It's a kind of perspective.
Yeah, it's like the lens I think they use, but it looks like they are all going to the gym 10 times per day.
Hikaru is going to the gym. He's working out a lot.
Never skips arm day.
That is the secret of the performances. Good shape, good. How is the phrase? A good mind should be in a good body,
Yeah,
a good physical.
what is it?
In Spanish, we say it in differently, but I don't know how to say it.
I think it's like this mens sana in corpore sano or
Uh-huh.
something, a healthy mind and a healthy body.
That's
Something,
the yeah.
something like that. Um,
Yeah, in Spanish is mente sana en cuerpo sano.
yeah,
That is
that's
almost in Latin because the
yeah,
Spanish and
yeah,
Latin, well, it's
the
family of.
same roots. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hikaru channeling his Tyler one is a good one.
Oh,
Eh.
it's incredible. Like I'm looking now, and his arm is maybe bigger than his head now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's really like somebody in the chat was saying it's like a cartoon. I think Richard was saying it really is. Really is like a cartoon. But Hikaru is very focused. I think it's a big decision. And turn down pourquoi did I watch the clip back? It's actually the first thing I did yesterday. I was trolled by the chat, Jose, when you were not here. They caught me with like it's a story for later, but yeah, watching the clip back was the first thing I did, and it was very funny. Okay, he plays knight e2, but he doesn't take first on d4. Does it change anything? Well, it gives black the opportunity to take himself, right?
Yeah, I don't like these moves because now black can take on e3 and win the d file, the d file battle. Like bishop e3, queen e3, queen e3, f e3, and rook f d8. Black will control the d file, and it's not the same. It's not the same. Like they are playing actually these moves. I took you really fast. I don't know if Hikaru has a plan. Maybe he misevaluate this endgame. He has a comfortable position, but could be not enough to win this game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru, after long think, went for this endgame. Surely he must feel that he has some chances here as well to create maybe a little something. But the knight, I liked what you were saying to bring the knight to f4. Because right now, I mean, black has quite good control, right? You can't jump to b5. I mean, maybe you can at some point jump to e5, but I think black can probably
Yeah.
trade a lot of the times. Yeah, this is not as promising. Probably I would say this endgame is quite equal now.
Yeah, I don't know if Hikaru can make any progress or any he can complicate the position. I don't like the h3 weakness. That the h3 weakness from white is not letting the g2 bishop to do another job in the position. No?
Sorry, what did you say?
The h3
Yeah.
pawn is not letting the g2 bishop to do another maybe threat. So you need to play g4, but it's creating another weakness, maybe h5. Black can
Yeah.
respond with h5, and it's not.
Can
Yeah,
you play king? But king h2 is also not a great square, I guess,
no, yeah.
to...
We need to remember that in the end game, the kings should go to the center, and that is the best example to explain it, because Wesley, the last two moves were king f8 and king e7.
Yeah. Centralizing that king. Hey.
King f1 to king e2. It's also an idea, like doing the same. But you need to play king f1, not king f2, because king f2 allows rook d2 check, and that move in between. But king f1 is not allowing that rook d2. If rook d2, you can take on b7, and now you are maybe thinking
Yeah.
in good results.
This would be unpleasant. I computer saying e4 here, and black is actually taking over. Yeah, this would...
e4, yeah, e4. It's a nice move. Wow, he plays knight d5.
Wesley really wants to trade those pieces.
But now Hikaru has a chance to go to a rook endgame, which I think he cannot lose, at least. He cannot lose. Imagine we take everything, yeah, and c6. You need to take for sure. If not, you will let the promote. And then it's a difficult decision because if you play a5, for example, not rook d6, white will play king e2, and you have the you dominate the rook, the black rook. And then that 2-against-1 situation in the queen side could give Hikaru some chances to win. I don't know how much, but yeah. But
yeah, I mean, even this, I don't know if, let me ask you, like on my level, I would feel I would need to calculate a lot to play rook d6 to make sure I can't lose the endgame, you know, because of this 2 versus 1. But on your level, do you immediately understand, okay, this pawn endgame is just a draw, or would you be a little bit worried?
maybe on my level, I need to calculate maybe at least 4 minutes.
Okay,
The pawn
I'm
endgames
glad.
are really tricky.
Yeah.
The king pawn endgames are really, really tricky. Just for one move, just for one 6-1, you're losing or
Yeah.
winning.
Yeah. And actually, exactly this is on the board.
Perfect. Good,
So,
really good decision from Hikaru.
yeah, and maybe this is what he was aiming for, even, you know, back when he made these decisions here. Maybe he was thinking, okay, if I can get this kind
Now
of
is
rook endgame.
now is the time from Wesley to think. Okay, he
And he
plays
goes
really fast.
a5. So we were saying king e2.
Yeah, maybe only move. I don't see Hikaru playing rook c4 or check or king e2 is the obvious move. And now
Outrageous Speed is saying, Jose, are you the prophet predicting these moves?
no, but maybe are not good moves. That's why I'm predicting. We are playing in bad decisions. Me, Wesley, and Hikaru. We are playing bad.
I don't know about that. Yeah, the Sun game, of course, the computer says 000, but from a practical point of view, you think it could still become unpleasant for Black, eh?
Yeah, actually, e4, I didn't consider that move, but it's interesting because now Black is threatening rook h5. At least e4 gain some space, can make some chain up with f5, g6, h5, just control the g3, h3 pawns. But now g4 is a move I like because you're not allowing f5 and then you're threatening rook c4, attacking the e4 weakness. And maybe with a combination of a king maneuver of king f2, king g3, king f4, you can make a little progress.
You have to be careful, of course, when to play king f2 to not allow this rook d2. How would you even do that? I mean, how do you get the king up? How do you save this pawn?
I think after rook c4, you are forcing black to play rook e5. If black
Okay,
doesn't
so
play
let's
g6,
say...
you need to play rook. For example,
so g6 is actually
yeah,
useful, yeah, to prepare.
yeah, you're threatening, yeah, you're helping the other pawn with f5. So maybe okay, g4 is not only a recent move. You're also avoiding rook h5. Maybe could work, could not work. I don't know. Oh, there is an interesting idea. e4. Imagine you play a no sense move like rook c8. Rook h5. I will defend my pawn with h4. You will try to open the position with g5, and then rook c5. Your rook is trapped, and you're winning maybe the game. Or I don't see. Okay.
I mean, I'm shocked that the computer doesn't think this is losing. Like, how can you play with this rook here? This pawn is gonna fall. This is crazy.
Yeah, maybe he's relying in king e6 f5 and then counterplay in a king side. Yeah, but it's a
It's
nice
a nice
try.
idea. There was a question very quickly. Hikaru actually played rook c4, but we had a question in the chat from our Trader Speed is after g4, could black not play h5 here?
Yeah, but you can play rook c4. No?
And target this pawn again.
And then maybe rook e5. No? And then king f2, king g3.
Maybe. I like that the computer says, okay, give me
Oh,
the pawn.
that actually could work.
Yeah.
Actually, is the best move because if you play king f2, king g3 idea, black can play g5 at some point and you don't have nothing. So yeah, not now because
Yeah, because the
GH
pawn,
because
maybe.
first HG, and when white plays king g3, black will respond with g5, and it's not any no
In the
continuations.
game, rook c4, f5, h4. It's getting harder to see how we're going to make progress because now we don't have any route to f4 anymore.
Yeah, this position seems more drawish than I was hoping. I don't see any way because if you play a3 before, the moment you play a3 to play before to create a pass pawn, you will allow rook d3 counterplay. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I really think this is headed for a draw now, which is a shame because I felt Hikaru really managed to put some pressure in this game. Well, we'll see if something else happens, but I expect this to end peacefully. And we have a question in the chat from the dark side of Zed. What do you guys think about Hikaru's placement in the end? Top 4 or below? I'm gonna say that he's gonna make the top 4 because I think in Blitz he is maybe the best in the field. I mean, or one of the best at least. So even if the rapid portion, even if he ends somewhere in the middle in the rapid, I have full faith in Hikaru when it comes to Blitz.
In my opinion, top 3. Just that. I don't need to explain my top 3 opinion. Yeah, it's just Hikaru. Hikaru can do it. Even he ends
Hikaru in
top
first,
6.
second, and third.
At least top 3. In a good day, in a decent day. In a good day, maybe top 1, top 2.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will come down to the Blitz, of course. There are still two games of rapid. This one, I think, is headed for a draw. Let's see, actually. Okay, all the games are still going. I think we will have time to check out some of them. Actually, 2 of the leaders are playing right now, MVL against Nippo. So when this game ends, I don't know if Hikaru, of course, he will try to put some pressure, try and find a way. But maybe, actually, what do you think, Jose? We will leave this game on the screen, and maybe we can take a quick look at the leaders, MVL against Nepomniachtchi. What is going on? A bishop and 3 pawns for the rook. Looks promising, no?
Yeah, looks winning for me. Nepo is 3 pounds up. His king is the safest in the world. The white's king is the
weakest in the world.
The weakest in the world. If it's not the exchange issue, yeah, this will be at least +10
Also, I
GM.
mean, also the time situation, Nipper, it looks like he played quite quickly again. He's up 8 minutes. Looks like Nippo might take the sole lead. How is Alibreza? Alibreza is the 3rd player on 8 points. He's black against Fabi. Looks equal-ish. So Nepo is the man. Let's go back to Hikaru to catch the end of that game. But yeah, looking good so for Jan Nepomniachtchi here. Yeah, what I was wondering, so Wesley has started saying, okay, I'm just gonna play King E7, King F7, and how are you going to make progress? Do you think Rook C3 is preparing to push the pawns?
I think the only scenario Hikaru can try to win this position, this endgame, is if he plays b4 and get his king to c4 to just yeah, combine the pawn and the king to promote. But it's really hard to do that actually.
Yeah, I mean, this rook is so well placed here, defending the pawn, but also cutting off the king. It seems impossible to get the king to the other side without exchanging the rooks. I mean, Wesley is literally just playing king moves, saying, okay, what are you going to do? And
yeah, I'm thinking about a3. Yeah, he plays actually 8. He doesn't want to. He wasn't. Hikaru doesn't want the draw because if he wants the draw, he will play rook c1, rook c7, and Wesley was really happy with that result.
yeah.
Yeah, and now a3. Rook b. Okay, you can play some idea of king f6 g5 just to trade a lot of pawns and maybe get the king active. But before is coming, yeah. Before takes, maybe rook b5. And now it's time to think. You want to put the rook on c4 or b3? I think b3 is a good place because many books says you need to put the rook behind the pawn, and that will be a nice advantage. But you are allowing now is g5, and then the black king can like attack the white pawns. If you put the rook on c4 instead of b3, maybe you can have the idea of against g5 play rook c6 and you are winning a pawn. But it still is not enough to win the game because king g7 takes on b4. Yeah, you have your king on e2. It's not active. It's not enough. Yeah, you have a pawn on g5. You have the rook in interesting place on c6, but you cannot make progress. No.
Yeah, this looks like a problem in the game. Wesley played king e6, and now, well, Hikaru decides to play rook c4. Okay, the king has moved away, so maybe at least this idea doesn't exist anymore. But
No, I think he's not considered that because and if he consider king a6, king f6 now, it's a waste of time. He will think, okay, I waste the time playing king d6, so maybe it's not a good idea now.
Actually, what would happen if he went here?
I think check and then the king d2, c3, c4 idea maybe. Now, if we have this position, I mean, if this position is the position is happening, I can consider Hikaru's winning chances are really high. But I don't know what.
Wesley doesn't allow this and activates the rook.
Yeah, that is a good.
You were talking about getting the rooks behind the pawns. That is exactly what Wesley is gonna try to do. Just target all these pawns. If I'm white here, I would start to feel like I have to be careful. I would be very worried.
Actually, the decision Hikaru is making with king c2 is a risky one because you will push your b pawn until the promotion, but you will lose every single pawn. Maybe it's a race. It's a race of who will win the race. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, here you can still play, but what happens if I go here? B5.
Yeah, that is the main question. It's just maybe a repetition. It's a king b2 check, king b1 check. Yeah, that is the typical draw we can expect.
Yeah. And what if he goes up? Oh.
No, then rook e1, rook b1, and black has £1,000,000 to promote. Yeah.
Let's see what happened in the game. King c2. Okay, we might see this on the board actually. And this is all happening. This is exactly what we were looking at a second ago. I think the game is going to end exactly in this repetition you were talking about. There is no way, right? If Hikaru gets too ambitious here, he will simply lose, as you mentioned, if the king goes up.
Yeah, this is a easy position to calculate also. Yeah, there is not um, there is not any lines, any variations that Hikaru can use to get more complicated the position. This is just a repetition and maybe a loss if Hikaru make a really over. If he over push is not going well for him.
I guess another check will happen.
Yeah, I think Wesley is so confident of the draw. It's not Hikaru
Also,
is
I mean,
also, yeah.
time is, has evened out. Yeah, hopefully Hikaru, I think he knows not to overpress here. And Wesley plays the other move, which is also good enough. Hikaru will have to go back to stop the rook.
Just
What
for one.
happens if you play rook here? Ah, no, then you
Check A8 and B8. I think it's incredible line.
and then these pawns again. We'll decide the game in black's favor, so Hikaru has to step back, and I think we will see a handshake here in a second. Hikaru is looking to the side. I don't think
Yeah,
he's thinking about this
he
position.
he knows. He's just remembering some position he can make a better decision. But yeah, he knows this is the no more option than a draw.
With this repetition, I think, incoming. I think Hikaru will be a little bit disappointed. I think, he was never winning or even close to winning, but I think he will be disappointed because I think he knows that he could have put more pressure on Wesley than he did in the
I
game.
think that move in the middle game, knight e2 was the big mistake from him. Maybe the only one.
Yeah.
Because after knight e2, the end game, you don't have any chances to have an advantage. Wesley plays so solid, so well.
And there is the handshake. How many times did they
They can
repeat?
play until 1 million times because there is no arbiter. I think.
But I think they are even allowed to offer,
Yeah.
no?
I
So
think that
why?
actually the arbiter can make the draw by himself if he
Yeah, I'm
watch.
so confused. Why did they not just, why was the arbiter even first? Anyway, the game ends in a draw. Let's quickly go back to, well, Jan actually won his game. Let's quickly see. I think we saw it here. And the black pieces just did the job. This king that we were talking about, worst king in the world, was chased out in the open, and Maxime resigned. So what is still going on?
You have Nordic against.
Yeah, let's check Nordic against Levon. Let me count the pawns. Pawns are not even extra pawn.
I don't know why Nordberg didn't play e6. I think was an option instead of rook c3. Yeah, e6 and bishop e5 idea, or I am blind. Yeah, I think black can sacrifice the exchange and survive in that endgame exchange down. I think that is the correct evaluation of the position. It's not enough exchange up to win this endgame.
So
even if engine says advantage, maybe in a human perspective is not enough.
So that's maybe why Nordic decided to keep things, but now
He wants the mate bishop e5, rook c8. I don't
Hmm.
know. Could be an interesting one. King
And
h.
he does give the check. King f8, I think, was the only move. So that the king can still...
Yeah, but now I think Le Bon is safe in this game.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have given this check and here the king. Maybe that was just losing a tempo, or does it here king f8
Yeah, you need to play King f8 in even if
anyway?
they don't check
Yeah.
because
Now, okay, the computer still thinks that
uh,
white is winning, but
yeah,
why?
it's 3 pounds against one. Yeah, this end game is just 1 pound up, but
Hmm.
if you see just the queen side, this is just 3 pounds against one because
Hmm.
your g5 pawn is stopping the both pawns of black. Yeah, you have maybe 2 pounds up now.
Yeah.
We are talking about the position. Yeah.
But oh, actually, we had some more moves. I was wondering, why is Nordibet thinking so long? Sorry. Oh God, what did I do?
No, actually, the opening was really crazy. You look the opposite castle
Yeah.
situation.
I'm sorry, I was so focused on getting back to the end of the game that okay, we are back in the live position. And Nordibet is doing a great job pushing these pawns.
Yeah, maybe it's time to play d5 because if you move the bishop, rook b3 is coming. d5 is cutting the diagonal from the a6 black bishop.
Hmm.
Yeah, that will be not a good way to win. And now, if you take on g3, you will take on e6. You will reach a rook endgame, and the 2 against 1 is now working. In this endgame, the 2 against 1 is working because you will have the support of the rook, and also the king on b2 is doing also an interesting job, not letting the black rook use the b3 or a3 square to just attack the pawn. So,
Mm. Yeah, this looks very, very difficult for Levon, who doesn't go into the rook ending, but now we can move this bishop without rook b3 being a concern. Where do we put the bishop?
I will put in e5 because it's the safest
Yeah.
square, but yeah, there are better options, I think.
This
But
is what Nordibek did. I mean, it still seems, how can black survive, as you said, with this 3 versus 1 and this king that is always in trouble?
if Norderberg can play b5, a6, or b6, a6, or whatever, he can create the pass pawn, he's winning. I think it's
Mm.
no chance for Levon to stop it. He has only one way to make the things complicated. That is the maneuver rook e1, rook b1. You can use that for at least create complications. But if you avoid that, if you restrict that idea, I don't know how, you just push the pawns with white and you will win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where do we? King a3? I guess the king is just going to go up, right? Oh, not. King a4. Oh, goes back again. But surely he will go up now. Okay.
Yeah, I like it, but I don't like it because I can sense some mate threats. I
Mm.
think Bishop D7 is almost made, but it's not almost made. It just have B5, but if white reach the B6 square, it's over. That is
Mm.
the good thing of that king maneuver. King A4, King B5. For sure, Le Bon is not allowing that, but anyway, B5, A6, maybe after King B4,
Yeah.
it's almost winning.
So
Maybe King
king.
A3, because you don't want the check on B1. King A3 and then A6, because the E5 bishop is doing a good work
Mm-hmm.
covering the A1 square.
Same idea, right? To just step the king out of this pin.
And then A6 is a move you need to think twice, maybe 20 times.
Yeah, but bishop b2 looks very good, no?
Oh, actually, that is a really prophylactic way to,
Very
the
nice.
nicest way to win the game.
No.
Now A6, take, rook d6, rook a5, bishop c6, a7, bishop a8.
Somewhere we messed up.
No,
Let's see.
no. Oh, maybe
B6.
b6, rook d6,
Um,
b7, rook b6, rook c8. Just
Beautiful.
a game. It's just
Very, very
a point
nice.
for Nordic.
And he plays it, b6.
Just a
Rook
check,
d-
just bishop c3, and then the same
Very,
line.
very nice technique by Nordibek, who is gonna move to 7 points. Nice. This was a nice endgame, actually. Very instructive.
So we have after this round, the next game, Hikaru will play against
Lenier,
Lenier.
and actually Lenier, that's the only game that's still going on. Fabi against Alireza was a draw. We saw all the others, so let's see the end of Lenier against Praggnanandhaa.
He seems a Sicilian Najdorf, like the white attacks on the
See?
king side. No, it's not Najdorf. Oh, it's almost Najdorf.
But
How
yeah,
you know this opening? What is the name
not at all.
you?
I never played the Sicilian. You mean the name?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's a classical one.
yeah, that's what chess.com says, the Richter browser
When the
and the
four
class.
knights are developed, but with the d6 pawn, people call the classical Sicilian. It's like the knight drop, but with the knight in c6, which
Okay.
is not common in some knight drop setups.
But in the end, it has led us to this position. Black has an extra pawn, but the computer seems to think this is it just because this king is too
Yeah,
open?
yeah, it's because you cannot like use your material advantage. Actually, you cannot
Mm,
play f5, f4, and white. If you play f5, white will make a million checks, and at least he can create a lot of problems. Pragg has a pawn up, but he cannot use now. He need to exchange queens, but Lenier will not allow.
mm. Yeah, Lenier always will be able, as you say, to create some
Yeah,
threats. I
now
think he's
now
the
queen h4 is a threat. Pragg cannot play a5 before idea now. Maybe later, but now no.
I
Yeah,
think they are just basically going around, right? Like Lenier is constantly trying to infiltrate on this H file.
yeah. Now queen 4. The only move is rook g6. Yeah, and then queen a8. The only move is rook h6. Seems like
Black has to actually be careful, right?
let's see queen a8. Only move is rook h6.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, Lenier, both players down to 10 seconds playing just on increment.
King a2. Wow. But he can play queen a8 at any moment. But now, yeah, queen g2 is not possible because the e5 pawn is hanging. Rook h6 seems the most logical way to play.
Where do we go? Rook f1.
But he will play rook f6, trying to trade pieces.
But he will go back, I guess, to h1
Yeah,
again.
and we can have a draw.
Pragg will still try, but he's playing with fire. I mean, what's happening after rook f5?
I don't know who is overpushed in this position.
Yeah. I mean, Pragg, I think one of the problems may be Pragg, he's in last place with 3 points and he is so desperate. I think Pragg, let me just check. Yeah, Pragg hasn't won a game yet. He has drawn 3 and lost 3. So I think he's so desperately trying to win a game that he might overpress.
Now the pawn is gone, so it's equal material. And I think Lenier has an advantage because his king is a little safer. That's
Yeah, I would not want to be Pragg here because you really have to be careful with this king on g7. I think he should have repeated when he had the chance and just understand that, okay, yeah, he has an extra pawn, but with this king, there was nothing. Oh,
queen.
the bar goes, whoopsie.
Oh, queen d4, queen h8. You're threatening at least 4 mates in that position, or winning the queen with queen g8. Like king g6, for example, queen h8. You're threatening a lot of things.
Rook f6, and now queen d8.
Over. Maybe he can play rook h1 and miss queen d8 because it's also a nice
Apparently,
threat.
it's the only winning move, and it's on the board. Queen d8. What a find by Lenier. And this king.
And rook h6, rook g5. So that
Very
is
nice.
not mating too.
And we
Wow.
see a mate on the board. Not every day we get to see checkmate on the board. You have to feel bad for Pragg, who really overpressed here, but kudos to Lenier, who was defending perfectly and then struck when he was given a
I think
chance.
Lenier was pressing. Lenier was trying to win, and Pragg was trying to defend.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, because Lenier has the pawn down. He's risking his chances making a lot of threats, and Praggnanandhaa was like, okay, he's doing his every move is defending
Ah.
something, so it's hard for him to think, okay, I will draw in this position. So Lenier can
Oh,
repeat.
I thought it was actually Pragg who was stepping out of the
No,
repetition, but you're right.
at the end position, like after rook h6, Pragg has the option to repeat, but in the most cases, Lenier has the option to repeat, and
Yeah.
his decision was pressing again, and yeah, he got the point, but his will.
Yeah, and Lenier, well, Lenier is actually the next opponent of Hikaru, so this will give him, I'm sure, a little boost. We can expect a big fight between the two players. That game will start 13 minutes from now. We are going to go on a short break, guys, but don't go anywhere. We will see you very soon for round 8 of the Rapid. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to day 3. I got mixed up with the days, but it is day 3, the final day of Rapid. Hyperbullet in the chat is saying, how many rounds left? 2 rounds of Rapid. We just saw the handshake there on camera between Lenier, Dominguez and Hikaru. So there are 2 games left today. Hikaru will be black against Lenier in this game, and for the final game, he will be white against Praggnanandhaa, who has really been struggling, as you can see on the standings. But first, this matchup, Jose, we just saw Lenier win a nice game against Praggnanandhaa. Actually, I should remove that from the screen and find the new game. What do you think Hikaru's strategy will be with the black pieces against Dominguez?
Lenier, I think, is a e4 player most of the time, so I hope he was not playing Berlin. Is and try to play a sharp line, sharp opening, maybe a
C5?
Sicilian,
Yeah.
Sicilian with black. I don't know which Sicilian because I don't remember many Hikaru's games playing a Sicilian, consistent Sicilian like Najdorf. But yeah, he can play also his pet line like knight g e7. You remember that?
Yeah. You mean in the Spanish?
Yeah, bishop b5,
Yes.
a6, bishop a4, and knight g7 in the Spanish Open in the Rui Lopez.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, that
Actually,
line, I think Lenier should have something prepared because it's a common line these days. But I think this or another, like he tend to play d6 instead of knight g7 sometimes. He can give Hikaru's some kind of position he can play for a win. Remember?
but Hikaru, he played the French yesterday and he repeats it. Yesterday it didn't work out for him. He lost with the French against Ali Reza, but he is ready to battle it out again.
Hmm.
Actually, yesterday in the interview, he mentioned that it was the first time in many, many years that he had played the French in a tournament game. So it looks like it's a weapon he prepared for this tournament. Do you
Oh,
know anything about this line that we're looking at?
I know this line you need to memorize a lot of lines, a lot of moves, because this is the Queen B6 stuff. Really, really, it's like the poisoned pawn in the Nitro variation. It's
Mm-hmm.
like the same because you're taking the B2 pawn, it's the common poisoned pawn. So now I think white usually plays Queen D2.
Mm-hmm. And you go and take the pawn.
Yeah, and then there are a lot of complications, sharp lines. Mm, if Hikaru thinks Lenier is not in a good shape, I mean, in opening the turns, she's
Yeah.
making a good decision playing this line, this defense with Queen B6.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's answering the Omnific in the chat is saying, why French? I think, as you said, this is a line that's a lot about memorization, very sharp. And if Hikaru looked at this, just before the games today, and Lenier, it's not, of course, Lenier maybe had to check the French because Hikaru played it yesterday, but he could play anything, right? It could be a one time, like Lenier couldn't target the French specifically in his preparation. And it looks like we are going down those
Yeah,
sharp lines.
you can see just uh, the way he's playing, the way the pass is playing. Like this is a really theoretical position, theoretical battle.
Hmm.
This
I mean,
is
Hikaru has gained almost 2 minutes compared to the start. He has actually now gained 2 minutes.
uh,
Um,
I'm out of book now. I don't used to play this with black. I don't like the French defense with black, and with white I don't use this to punish the black the French defense. So
Well, we
uh,
can see in the opening book on chess.com, I see that in this position, the main move is castles. And now there are two moves here, Queen D8 or Queen A3. That's what I can see in the opening book on chess.com, but don't ask me to explain
yeah.
anything of what's going on. Maybe you can explain more in general. Okay, now black has given back the pawn, and black has
Yeah.
the bishop pair, but it's very messy, right?
It's very messy. Actually, black needs at least three tempos to do the castle, to do the short castle. White has some ideas with f5 to creating problems in the center because if white plays f5, you cannot take the pawn. Knight d5 should be a nice, strong
Let's
move.
just show that
Yeah,
f5 you can never
f5
take.
take because knight d5 is
Yeah.
not losing. Maybe it could be okay, but if
Yeah,
you
because there's a
don't,
check, but if white castle, let's
it,
imagine castle first, and if black, did nothing, f5 can very quickly, yeah, and here you can resign basically.
yeah, that is the reason. But yeah, and it's difficult because, for example, castle, you can play queen d8. You don't feel comfortable in this position if you don't know the theory is happening.
Luckily, luckily Hikaru seems to know it, right?
No, he knows,
Yeah.
for sure he knows. But if we play that, or if we
Mm,
get the position like a starting position like this, we will really get really afraid of what is happening actually.
for sure, 100%. Well, Jose, I said Jose Castle, no, Lenier, not Jose. And quickly Queen D8. So Hikaru, I think, clearly still in his prep. Queen D8, what's that about? Of course, Hikaru wants to open up for this bishop to, I guess, finally get castled, right?
Yeah, and this is a position that white has a lot of options. I cannot explain the reason of every single move white played in this position, but there is a lot of engine analysis
I am
from
just
this
drawing
starting.
I'm just drawing arrows to all the moves that have been, a lot of moves have been played
Yeah,
in
at
this
least
position.
10 moves. Yeah, this is
Let me a few more arrows and I'm done with my work. One more and rook f2. So all these arrows are all the moves.
I would like to see a variation of bishop b6, queen b6, and bishop c5 and play that
Ah,
unbalanced position. I don't know if it's a correct decision. I think it's
but what
not,
did
but
you say here after bishop?
queen b6 and then bishop c5. Play that
Ah,
unbalanced position. Bishop
interesting. Oh,
and rook
sorry.
against queen. But
How
yeah,
did I do that?
that could be a nice scenario for Hikaru to try to win. Because it's out of opening, out of
Interesting.
book.
Yeah.
It's not advantage for sure for black, but it's really tricky because the two bishops can make a lot of problems.
Interesting. Of course, if Hikaru doesn't want to give up the queen, he can play bishop c5 immediately also. But I like your suggestion actually of unbalancing the position. I'm sure anyway Hikaru probably has already prepared an answer to bishop b6. I guess another big question is what happens after f5?
Hmm. That is a move I would not like to face.
It looks so unpleasant with this king in the center. I mean, the computer says top move is to take, which I thought
Yeah, but
can.
now after
Why?
95, bishop
Hmm.
c6, yeah, bishop c6. I was thinking bishop e6, but bishop c6 is maybe winning. Hopefully it's not mate. You cover
Yeah.
every single square that you can get checked, and you're winning a piece if
Yeah.
white takes on d5. So.
But it feels so, I mean, thankfully we know from the speed at which Hikaru has played that everything he's playing is backed up by computers, so he probably knows that he can take it. But yeah, it looks terrifying.
Yeah, Lenier is also thinking. Maybe he's remembering his prep, his analysis.
Yeah.
He knows a lot of maybe options. He has a lot of options, but he doesn't know which option can make Hikaru get in trouble. No?
Yeah, in a way, maybe you're also thinking, okay, can I come up with a move that maybe Hikaru, that will take him out of his prep? I don't know if Lenier still how well he knows this position or, how recently did he look at this? I think f5 is quite tempting. Bishop b6, I don't know. Bishop b6. If I was black and I didn't know anything, I would just trade the bishops.
And I think this position is the position Lenier will not like to play because this is
Yeah.
maybe an easy equal position for Hikaru from Hikaru.
He goes for f5.
Yeah, maybe the
I
most
like
annoying option.
I like in the chat outrageous speed is saying after f5, which is I basically cry. Yeah, I would also cry if I was black here. But Hikaru, I mean, okay, Hikaru is away from the board. That's why he hasn't made a move yet. I imagine that he will blitz out another move here.
E5, okay.
Just like
He plays like he hits it. He sits in his chair and plays it. He didn't even think. It's kind of funny.
it is funny, and let's see. Okay, now we're down to, I'm still gonna make arrows for all the moves that have been tried, but there are not so many moves here that have been played.
A move I would not like to face is Rook FB1 because it's a move you don't know what is threatening, but it's like a strong move, a psychologically strong move. And you are doubling in the B file, preparing for something, I don't know what. Because if you want to play Bishop B6, you can play without Rook FB1. So what is the threat? I don't see it.
Well, the computer is saying, once again, this knight, bring it to f4, like in the
But
previous.
you can do that without
The book F.
rook b1. Yeah. So what is the reason?
I'm not even sure if rook b1 is the best.
Oh, Lenier played king h1. This is a classical prophylactic move. He doesn't want against bishop b6 black respond bishop c5, so that is interesting. Interesting thing.
But now, okay, bishops, it is clear, I think, completely clear that Hikaru has looked at all of this, which is crazy. But let's say we see an exchange here. Could this just kind of...
Castle rook d7, it's over. I'm really... because knight f6,
Yeah.
discover, check.
Yeah, very nice.
So only move against knight d5 is bishop e6. And that leads to a only move variation. I mean that a line that you cannot avoid the draw. Or
Wow.
yeah.
This top line?
It's equal in game. Yeah, bishop d5, queen c5, queen e7.
You can take...
Oh, first, yeah.
Okay.
First. And then you need to make checks, because if you trade the queens, black can have some chances, because white has a lot of weaknesses, c2, a2, e5, even h2, all his pawns are a weakness.
But if they give this check and then take...
And also I like the black position if my rook is not on h8. If my rook is on b8 and I can teleport that bishop on b8, I will prefer black 100 times.
But here, actually, I would prefer... I would still be a little bit... Oh, but maybe black gets out like this, yeah?
But the queen g6 ideas, exchanging queens. But
So,
like, for example, king g1, queen g6. Okay, that is a nice try, because you are...
that would be nice, yeah.
Getting active your rook.
Yeah.
The e5 pawn is not surviving, I think.
Okay, we've jumped forward a lot, but I think we could see something very similar to this happen. Lenier is taking a lot of time, but I think a lot of pieces are about to come off the board.
Takes, bishop c5, rook c5 on the board.
It's always, for me, one of the sad things about these lines, which start so excitingly, you know, it's like, oh, this is such an exciting game, and suddenly, boom, 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 all the pieces are traded and
Boom,
draw.
boom, draw.
Yeah. And I think that could very well happen here. I'm sure Hikaru knows that bishop e6 is the only move.
No, he need to know.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't know, he will think and he will discover.
I like, by the way, that it's move 20 and Hikaru is up 1 minute compared to the starting time.
Hikaru is looking the position, like, I know what is happening. Maybe...
I know this is a draw. Let's go. Let's get a long rest before the last round.
Yeah, let's make the draw and
I think
rest
if
for them.
Hikaru, the only time he has spent in this game is because sometimes it took a little bit of time for him to come back to the board. I think otherwise he would have like 28 minutes.
Yeah, is he watching other games like person?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this game started very exciting. Okay, let's look again. Because also, well, Lenier, I was just gonna say, Lenier needs to find rook e7, otherwise he's in trouble. I don't know, how obvious are the moves for Lenier?
Because queen before queen d5, queen takes d5 fails from because rook c7, and white is winning because the pin. Yeah, that is important to see it.
But Lenier probably needs to figure this out at the board. I don't think Lenier is in prep any longer. And if he doesn't play queen b4, he could get into some trouble, but queen b4 is played.
Lenier is well prepared. He knows that
Yeah.
only move cannot get Hikaru's advantage.
And bishop takes. I think we're gonna see exactly this line that we were looking at, and I think there will be some perpetual or some repetition in the very close future.
Oh, now it's time to take on g2. Yeah.
Right on cue.
And let's see if Lenier makes the queen e7 bad decision. I think will never happen, but
Unlikely.
who knows? There is some chance to white to create problems because okay, you have your h8 rook not developed, so yeah, you can have maybe one idea. I need to calculate actually. I don't know what is happening if I'm not
After what?
I don't know. We were watching the engine lines, but if I need to calculate now, I don't know where to start. Where do I need to start? Maybe queen check. Yeah, queen c8 is the only move I
Queen
can
c8
consider.
looks natural, I think. Yeah.
And then okay, queen ace. No, queen a6 seems not an option. Queen takes a6 seems not an option because I don't know actually. Queen a6, maybe h5. Yeah, I was thinking on h5 and rook h6. Get active the rook and you can attack the king and the white king.
Doesn't this move seem quite natural to defend here, to take a pawn?
Yeah.
To
Okay,
create this pressure?
it's natural, but for example, king g8, what you're threatening that you don't have e6 now. That was the only threat before king g8.
But the computer comes up with an interesting idea. He wants to do, I think, the same.
Oh,
Or
maybe
maybe
rook
even
c3. Yeah, that is a problem because now h5 rook h6 doesn't have a you don't get it directly. Yeah,
already over. Let's see. So queen c8, this is on the board. I think Lenier, oops, will not go to f6. I think he will take.
and then queen c6 is the only way to equalize. Queen c6, queen g6 is the only way to equalize. Let's see.
What if the king goes? We looked at king g1, right?
Yeah,
I think. But what if the king goes?
There is no more option because if king f2, you are not threatening the mate, so you can play whatever, maybe h5 and rook h6 next. Yeah, I think. And if
the
king
king
h
is not so.
and if king h3, you can play queen h6 and then queen g6 and lead to the same position we were watching, we were analyzing.
Actually, Lenier does not take. He plays queen c7, which was the other move the computer was saying. The computer was giving two moves as 0-0. Queen c7 and queen f5.
The critical one, because now g5 is the only move, seems the only move to totally equalize the position.
g5.
G6.
G6.
Oh, I see. I saw g5, but yeah, g6.
G5. So what was the threat here? Just rook.
Yeah.
Rook.
So g5 seems not natural because you are giving a lot of weaknesses. Oh, so you're
but is
giving
this
the buff pawn.
So
yeah, but yeah, now
you can't go here, right?
You lose a tempo. You lose important tempo, then rook d1 ends the game. So you need to play king g8. And after rook.
Still looks scary. I see the computer says it's a draw, but it looks so scary to me for black.
I am. What about? Oh, if I play something like king g7 and king h6, you will play rook b4 and it's over. You can play one check actually, but it's just one check on a8. But if you try to play king h6 and think, okay, after king h6, you can check me, and if not, I will make queen a8 and make a counterplay. Yeah, rook b3, rook b4 ends the game.
Let's see, maybe Hikaru is at the board. I mean, his preparation cannot be endless. He has to stop it at some point, right? And it is fine, but he still has to be a little bit careful. What happens if he plays queen e7 here?
Yeah, queen e7 leads to another endgame. It's interesting to see like rook d1 is not working, like I guess, because takes.
How do we take?
But black is pawn up, so that is the thing. So black is pawn up.
That is a good point.
Doesn't matter if white plays rook d6, rook a6, taking the pawns. So you can play, for example, rook takes d6 now. You can play king e7 and then rook c8. You're actually recovering the pawn you were up. So
yeah, and this endgame would be winning. Actually, both players, you know, with correct play, it would just be a draw, but both players still have to be careful.
So I think queen e7 it's way better than king g8, because king g8 leads to a position you need to play only moves to survive. Queen e7 leads to a rook endgame. You can at least play chess, not just play only moves. And if you don't play the only move, you lose. You lose.
Because in this position, after king g8, rook b1, only these two moves draw.
And also Hikaru knows that he's in that situation, that the decision he will make now will change the entire game. So he's spending his time. Finally, he's now under the starting time, so 24 minutes.
Yeah. So we're saying better queen e7. We talked about rook d1. Computer wants rook b1.
Yeah, that is the only move because it's forcing black to play takes and king g7, and you can play for a win with the two pass pawns, the c2 and d6. And now you need to calculate.
I mean, yeah, this endgame is very tricky, actually. Hikaru didn't play queen e7. He played king g8.
Okay, just rook b1 is the only move. Even the only move to make a draw, okay, to play, because the other move than rook b1, Hikaru will have an advantage.
Yeah.
But after rook b1, also Hikaru has just one idea to make a check, and then queen e4 I saw in, okay, I'm looking at Jim because it's hard to calculate.
It's very hard.
We can spend maybe the half of the stream, but queen e4,
how is this?
Sacrificing the rook and making a perpetual. I think queen c2.
Hopefully Hikaru knows all this. There's a couple of ways, I think. Yeah.
I will prefer queen c2 because I am controlling the escape of the king, but queen f4 should work also because there are a lot of checks.
Computers saying all of these moves are fine, but it's scary. Hopefully Hikaru, he just knows. Okay, he plays queen a8. I think we will see this line.
Yeah, I think he knows.
Yeah.
After queen a8, Lenier can play king g1, king g3, but leads to the same situation, no? The perpetual, no way to avoid that. So this game will end in a draw in 99% of the time. So
I think so. We'll see a king move, and I think queen.
The only way this didn't finish in a draw is if Hikaru doesn't play queen e4. Actually, it's not easy to play queen e4, but if you don't have any other move, you need to play it, or you need at least to consider such an idea.
Also, I think if Hikaru, we saw he blitzed out everything until here, And I think you need to, nobody's gonna stop their prep here, right? You need to at least check what are you gonna do here, I think. Like it makes no sense. I think
Yeah,
if you have a preparation to end it, let's say here, right?
I didn't see Hikaru playing a lot of French defenses.
No,
This opening, so I don't know
no.
how much he knows or how much he can know until this move. Maybe he
Well,
knows
I think
everything.
my guess is that he prepared it specifically for this tournament. So I think because he mentioned in the interview yesterday that, he wants to, in these faster time controls, to have some fun, and that in general, not just him, but other players also, experimenting a bit more. And yeah, as Malas in the chat is saying, he hasn't played it in a tournament game since 2015.
Wow. But he knows a lot.
Yeah.
He knows a 28 move
I think
line
he actually
really well.
probably analyzed this game until the end. We'll see it now, but by the way, funnily enough, Queen A7 is also enough
Oh,
for a draw
with the
with the
same idea.
same idea. Yeah.
Sacrificing the rook. If, for example, white plays Queen H4 is the same, because I mean, instead of rook H8, Queen H4, King G7, you cannot win the rook if you don't play Queen F6 again. So
Yeah. It's
yeah.
very funny little maneuver. So Hikaru has two moves here to make the draw. Queen E4, Queen A7, both with the same idea, both lose the rook on H8, but this king is too exposed, and it would lead to a perpetual check. After this,
there is a line like Queen E4, Rook B8, and you will not play Queen F6. You're playing Rook takes H8. You cannot take the rook because it's mate. So you need to still make the perpetual because it's mate.
That's funny, but
Yeah.
still, like, yeah, the king will never. All the pieces are just too far away. They cannot help the king.
Yeah,
What
the
did
queens.
Hikaru?
We can think the queen can help the king on d6, but it's not helping because you still have Queen E3, Queen E2, Queen E1. It's perpetual. Actually, Hikaru plays
Queen E4. Yeah, I actually think this game, Hikaru, I think the whole game was his prep, basically. He prepped it until the end.
Yeah.
An effortless draw, as Outrageous Speed is saying. I think we will see a handshake here now.
This happens when both players are really well prepared. This is a high level chess, the typical Super GM game of chess. In rapid control, imagine this in classical control is the same. They are playing the best moves.
Hikaru looks quite happy, actually. I think, Lenier is such a strong player with the black pieces. I think, also to have a little rest. I think he will try to really press Pragg in the last round with white. Pragg is not having a good tournament. He is currently in last place.
Perfect chess ends in a draw. That is perfect chess.
Exactly.
And this ends in a draw, actually.
Yeah.
Both are claiming the draw. Now, Lenier's shoulder is really big.
But yesterday,
it's a camera issue.
It is the camera, yeah. It's always actually in St. Louis. They always use these cameras, and it always looks funny. But yesterday we were wondering if there is a rule in the tournament that they cannot make a draw, and we thought no, but it looks like clearly there is a rule that you cannot offer.
Wow. But if it's a repetition, a true for repetition is not a problem.
What is the arbiter doing? I think it was an incorrect claim, and they are playing on. What is going on? Okay, a handshake and the draw is agreed finally. Yeah, I mean, all prep, as you said, With perfect chess, the result is gonna be a draw. Hikaru's in the chat saying, when in doubt, play like it's 2011. I wonder if he had a game. Well, I have to ask him later. I wonder if he had a game like this maybe in 2011. Is that what he's referring to? Very funny.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is playing against Nordibek Abdusattorov. Maybe we can quickly check from the beginning what happened here.
Oh, this is the famous copycat line. Another until they exchange on d5s. So these times they like to play these isolate kind of positions, type of positions. I don't know if there is a trend, but it leads to a opposite color kind of endgame. I like white for sure because you have the better structure. But that knight, it's quite strong, and you cannot take the c4 pawn, and at least now because knight d2 in the exchange. So yeah,
maybe white still has to solve some problems here.
Yeah, white plays f3.
Oh yeah, there was. I thought we were in the live position. Sorry.
Yeah, still we have some moves to see. Yeah, and this is the main position, the live position. I don't know. Now it seems like the c4 pawn is not surviving.
Oh,
at least
and by the way, sorry, Hikaru in the chat is saying that this Queen B6 line is a famous idea by from Gary, and that he himself actually played it in Monaco in 2011. So I guess Hikaru probably had this maybe entire game or at least parts of it on the board.
No, seems like this was a really good prep. He knows everything in this line at least.
And here, what do you think about this? Is Jan under some pressure?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We can expect like white will play rook c1, rook c4, but black is doing everything to don't allow that. Yeah, it's attacking the b4 bishop. You don't have actually a safe square. Bishop e1, it's so passive, but you don't have any other square.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not a move you want to make.
For example, bishop e7, f6, and maybe your bishop is getting trapped after king f7, or rook b5, king f7. I don't know, or knight e6, king f7, just covering the last square bishop has, c5.
This is very tricky. Jan plays a3. Where are those blunder alerts in the chat?
Oof.
The bishop is.
What is the difference? Because you're playing bishop e1. What is the difference? Bishop c5 and bishop e1. So okay, maybe no, bishop e1 instead of a3. So yeah, rook b2. Okay, maybe black is in time to create an attack on the second file with the c5, the other line, the main position. With a3, c5, you are winning a tempo to play the knight, to move the knight to e6 and then to f4. And if you don't take, at least you have your
so you're
pawn on
saying
c5.
here you're winning it.
Yeah, and you will be ready for the attack in the second file, like rook b2, rook d2, knight f4. Even with that, I don't see the difference, but I think it's just one move tempo issue.
Actually, Nordibek didn't play c5. He played knight e6, which also looks strong. And now c5, the bishop. This time it really has to go. Actually, what happens after bishop a5?
Yeah, it's rook b2, and you will not avoid knight f4. Maybe you need to play something like h5 first, yeah, just to have the h7 square for maybe motif threats in the 8th file. But knight f4 is coming and maybe it's finished. I don't see any way to defend this position. There is no piece which can defend the g2 pawn, actually. Maybe
so
h5.
It was here you said h5.
H5 seems more logical because you are maybe using that pawn for other ideas, h4, h3, I don't know. But you're threatening your main threat is knight f4. And after you take the g2 pawn, the f3 pawn is falling, and you are also making a lot of mating threats.
Yeah, this looks way worse than even the computer evaluation after bishop. So bishop e1 was played, rook b2 anyway, rook takes c4.
Okay, now the bishop on e1 is doing another job, maybe a better job, because you can place the bishop on g3 and avoid knight f4. But in the moment you play bishop g3, you're allowing rook d2, and the position is the same. You are getting crushed. Yeah?
But what do you do now as black? Do you play h5 anyway, or?
Yeah, first h5 or h6, I don't know, because there is no difference. You need that square for your king, that's all, and then knight f4. What white can do? Maybe rook ac1, rook c2.
Computer suggesting rook c3.
Also.
That's clever, actually.
What happened, for example, rook d7? Maybe rook c1, rook c2, but knight f4. Oh, rook c2 and king f1. Oh, knight 2 doesn't work because rook king f1 and king f1 and
that's very nice.
Yeah, the rook on b2 is hanging, so
yeah, that's a nice motif actually.
Just one detail, and maybe GM will save the game.
Yeah.
Oh, rook c4, that move. Okay, that was the move we were looking.
Expecting, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we were analyzing from this position that.
Yeah.
And now so what is the best move? h5 changed something. h6.
The best move is rook e3 according to the computer, but now the evaluation is dropping again.
Yeah, rook e3 has
actually
really
played by Nordebek.
So now you cannot stop the two rooks on the second file, and that is the main threat from black.
I'm just gonna show the computer line to understand it myself. The computer says white has to find king f1. And if rook e2, oh my god, rook b1.
Okay.
That's very cute.
Seems
but
legit.
What happens after rook takes?
So you're giving a pawn just to avoid a lot of mates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now maybe bishop f2 and you can recover that pawn.
Yeah.
Or no.
Well, actually, yeah. Okay, you will still suffer, but at least you're not getting mated. So.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have a lot of weaknesses in that position. Yeah,
it's gonna be tough.
Will be not enough maybe for GM to save that, and find king f1, rook b1 will be really hard. At least he has 10 minutes, so yeah, he has a lot of time to discover that.
In the chat, Hiatus is asking at what time is Hikaru's next game? It's a long time away. It's in 50 minutes. That's because Hikaru's game in this round ended very quickly, so he has a long break now. I wonder if Hikaru went back maybe to his room even, because it looks like his room is very close by. I've never been to, have you been in St. Louis?
I was one time I played some Blitz, but I work only in the St. Louis Chess Club, not in rooms or in a hotel or whatever. Yeah.
I guess the room has to be very close because Hikaru is always so fast after the game to come for the interview.
Yeah. I think
if you have If you have 1 hour, why not go back to the room? Eh?
Yeah, they have some rooms that usually players sleep.
Also,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I don't know if there is a hotel next to the club or
It must be because Hikaru, you know, when he joins us for the interview, he is in his hotel room and he always it takes him less than 10 minutes because Hikaru always then arrived in his room by the time we were still seeing his game. So the room must be, the hotel must be next door, basically, I think.
really
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good when you have a tournament and you
For
have
sure.
your room and your area of rest really close, huh?
Yeah. I think it's, yeah, maybe even, you know, do a little bit of preparation for the last game where he will be white against Pragg. Meanwhile, Jan is still thinking, will he find, what do you think? Will he find King F1?
But there are other options to consider, more human. If I see, if I am in this position with white, maybe I will just not resign, but just play some desperate idea to create chaos. King F1 Rook B1 is an idea you need to know you have
Wow.
some chances, but yeah, he finds it.
He finds King F1, like, quite impressive. And so after Rook E2, actually, computer says that the best move is F6, which
Yeah,
I'm
you're
confused.
improving a little your position
Yeah.
because white is in Sux1, maybe? Not in Sux1, but if you move some piece, you will get
Yeah,
worse.
it's not
So.
easy. Find a move. Maybe also is F6 not just to let the king, but maybe also control E5. Make sure the bishop cannot go there.
But then rook E2, some kind of rook
And
D1 counterplay.
again,
Oh, rook B1, okay, leads to the same. So black is winning a pawn. White is trading rooks to save the game, or at least thinking in that. But still, bishop F2, for example, rook B3, you are taking the A3 pawn or the F3 pawn. You have a lot of weaknesses even after that.
it's a tough defense. Nordic plays H5, but actually the computer, after some thinking, I said that F6 is the best, but the computer changed its mind. And actually the move that was played by Abdusattorov was the best move.
I like H5 actually, because these pawns can make some tactical issues in the future position. Who knows that H pawn can win the game in 20 moves later.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah, but now, yeah, I think it's waiting rook E to move to play rook B1. But what happens if Nordberg doesn't play rook E2?
Yeah, how
Right?
do you force? You cannot force. Well, maybe you can force.
Yeah, that is an option. And I like that move because now with the rook on c3, you're covering, you're defending the a3 and f3 pawn. So if we play like rook g2, rook takes g2, rook takes b2, rook takes b2, bishop f2, at least you're defending the pawns in the last position we check that were not defended. So
that's true. By the way, what's interesting that the computer says, okay, of course you can take the pawn, but you can also keep the pressure. Oh, and then rook a1 actually.
say, yeah, it's the same position.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah.
There is another interesting game in remaining because Hikaru finished really early now, so we have
So
maybe
one other
all the
game ended in a draw. Wesley saw against MVL. I
the
think we're actually
bones.
looking probably. I think we should stay here
Sure.
because I think for the lead of the tournament, since Jan is the
Oh,
leader. The other game, okay, we can very quickly check Live on what's going on. I think this game will last probably longer. Or
This
maybe
game, I
not.
think, I think no, because there's a pawn up here
Yeah.
from Le Bon.
And 10 minutes up almost.
Yeah, just 2 minutes for Fabiano to defend his position with a pawn less. Opposite bishop color after the knight takes up one move, but still a pawn.
Yeah, pawn is a pawn. But okay, I think we should stick where we were. By the way, Prague's game against Alireza are right now still in the balance. So those are the 3 games that are going. I think we should stick here. Because if Nordibek wins, he will come within 1 point. If Nordibek wins, he will have 9.
So a draw, one draw behind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, Jan now plays rook b1. Finally, Nordibek plays rook e2. Jan answers with rook b1. We have the position we were expecting a few moves ago.
But now you cannot. Now, well, actually, can you play rook d1? I don't understand what the computer is trying to do.
I think it's just
What is this?
Oh, that is good. That is
computer is very creative. And
yeah.
this phone maybe, yeah.
For the engine, this line is better, but I prefer the other than the main one we were analyzing
To
because
take here.
yeah, the difference is there are a lot of pawns, white pawns, like really bad. If you play the rook e4, the interesting engine line, like with black, there is no weaknesses on the king side. So yeah, all the pawns are safe. But you control the c file, and maybe that is the big difference.
And
in the rook e4, they play it.
I'm so confused. You played.
Oh, rook f2. What?
I am so confused.
Oh, there is knight f4 ideas.
Ah.
That is why. Okay, that is a new one. Black has a lot of ideas here.
Yeah. Tricky Abdusatorov. Where do we go?
Yeah, king d2, rook a2, rook c2.
What did he say? King d2, rook a2.
Rook c2. Yeah, I think this is better for not good for white, but at least better than the other scenarios because now
this actually looks fine now. Take
3. Yeah.
Wait, I can.
Yeah, actually, yeah, bishop c5, and now you can like kick that rook b3, maybe g3. Still, you're getting attack your pawns. I think you need to play really accurate moves to survive. But I think Nordbeck will not fall in that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We actually have this on the board.
Just rook a3 and bishop c5, rook a2, and win the pawn on g2.
Yeah.
And that in the game you should win because you have the a6 pawn. You can use like for deviating other pieces, and you will get active your king on g8 and take every single pawn on the king side. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going down this line. I mean, we just looked at bishop takes. Apparently, another move is g3. Looks a bit strange, right? To loosen up.
Actually, it's a nice one because you don't want black to take the g2 pawn and make a mess in the structure. Yeah, rook c2, and yeah, you are still pawn down, but
So what happens here if I go back?
No, you're still bad with white, but you can play f4, f5, your king on c4, you can recover that pawn. If you recover that pawn without trading the knight and the bishop, you can have chances. But in the king and pawn endgame, you should lose every single time.
Yeah, with the outside passer. Okay, this game is still very, very interesting. Jan is still thinking. Do you think he's gonna save the game?
No, because I don't see any scenario that draw can happen. Norderbeck also is calculating that the lines we are calculating, so is I think no room for creativity there. Actually, G3, he finds G3. Okay, it's not hard move, but
Also not an easy move. Okay, rook a1, rook a2 probably has to be the only, right? Otherwise,
actually, yeah, rook a2 is the only move to, because knight e6, you're playing f4
yeah.
or play f5. If checks, king e1. So now
Or
you
even
have.
maybe you can go. Apparently, it's better to go.
Oh,
What's the big difference if I go here?
h4, it's interesting.
Yeah,
I will never expect to h4 to change everything.
that's insane, actually. So what's the big difference if I go to king e3?
Because you can play king f3 and try to,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, take that pawn. Because that pawn wants to reach h3 and create some tactics. So if your king is on f3, you can play at some point g4, king g3, or king g4 at some point. I don't know when.
I mean, still, I didn't expect there to be so many nuances still in this endgame. But yeah, Nordic has to find rook a2, it looks like, to keep his chances alive. Both,
Yeah,
I mean, time is evening out here. Nordic down to 5 minutes now against 4 minutes.
yeah, it seems a long game. They will take the whole time for this end game.
Agreed.
Nordiber wants to win. He knows he was winning, or maybe he still feels winning. And Jan finds a miracle situation that he can save the game. So both will fight with all their energies, one for win and Jan for save the game.
A question from Maceman in the chat. Does Jose stream?
Yeah, sometimes.
And there is the link in the chat if you guys would like to follow either of us.
On Kick or Twitch, yeah. Also
You stream on Twitch, right?
Yeah, on Kick I don't usually stream because yeah, it's not a platform who I am familiar with.
Yeah. It's the same for me. It's not that I don't want to stream there. Okay, I don't stream so much these days. It's just I'm like an old grandmother, you know. If I know one thing, I will stick to the one thing I know. It's very hard to get me to
the
do.
comfort zone.
Exactly.
The comfort zone.
Exactly. By the way, rook a2 not played. Instead, knight d3. And now Jan has made some big progress towards holding this game.
Now I believe Jian will save the game. Now I can believe that.
Yeah.
There is some knight e5 idea. Black can use to take the f3 pawn and maybe destroy the whole good structure of white, but still knight e5, for example, rook c5, rook a2, check, king f1, maybe only move. I don't know if it's only move, yeah, king e3. Yeah, because rook f2, rook e5. Or no, rook f2, rook c8, you're winning.
That's the trick, yeah.
But
Just
still, like king on e3 for me is not a good move to see. It's not a nice move to play. Maybe king f1 is better because you are. Oh, but king f1 is
King
losing.
f1
Oh,
doesn't.
losing.
No.
Ouch.
This time.
I don't know why I was thinking about king f1 because Yeah, I saw that rook f2 thread in the other order, but in the correct order, I didn't see it. So,
A strange blind spot in the game. Nuremberg took actually, and we are getting a pure rook ending.
That is not the way to put a rook in the rook endgame, but Nuremberg wants to play rook b5 and then a5 and try to push the pawns in with maybe with the king. He wants the king f8, e7, d6 maneuver. You know, the kings are really important for the endgame, so he will use that piece for the future. But then e5 also is a move that white needs wants to centralize his king. No, king e3, king e4. If white can reach the d5 square, maybe it's draw, but it's one tempo.
I mean,
Will...
this endgame is tough, right? A lot of calculation required. I would not want to defend this endgame with 3 minutes on the clock. Jan is playing fast so far. Now what? Bring the king?
Yeah. But the bad part of this is if he plays king e3, king e4, black can have the idea of rook b5, rook b4, trading the rooks, and that is over. When the rooks trade, it's over for white. So he need to play really. He need to calculate and be sure that he's getting in time. So that's why f5 maybe can work. You are not allowing king e6. You're not allowing the black king to get active. And maybe then g4 to take with rook g4 and they attack g7. It's a nice way to play. You know?
What actually happens if I play g6?
Yeah, I can play g4. And then if hg, I can play fg, fg, rook g4.
Clever, yeah.
That endgame you can save if your f2 king can reach b3, b2, a2 squares.
And
Yeah.
still messy. Computer says it's a draw, but
Yeah, king e3. No, that is now more close to draw. King e3, even if you allow black to take the h2 pawn, king d2, for example, rook a2, for example, rook a2 check, king c3, rook takes pawn, you can take then on a6, and this is the famous rook and day position. You need just to wait the draw. Now you need to know the technique, but it's well known to this level.
Yeah, I think, and we see this on the board actually, exactly. G6, G4. I think Jan has defended this game really, really impressively.
Yeah, he's still playing the best moves in the position, and this is amazing. Yeah, I told you that he gets the boost energy when he finds that the only moves, and he saw that he's not losing.
Yeah. Yeah, impressive stuff. Nordibek, I think, came very close in this game. And it was an important game for him and for the tournament standings. But with a draw, Jan Nepomniachtchi will probably hold on to the sole lead. Aliweza is still playing. We'll get to that game after this one ends. I think now there will not be much left, right? To
Rook
try.
games are really hard to understand if you have a lot of pawns still. But if you have just one pawn, it's easy to say it's draw, it's black has chances, white doesn't have chances. Maybe Norberg can play a5, a4 instead of trying to take the e5 pawn. Like, for example, rook h5, a4. I don't know. Now white can put the rook behind the pawn, like rook check on h7, maybe, and then rook a7. But still, it's a game. You know? It's complicated game.
Yeah. Yeah,
Do you
maybe
know?
it's not so easy as I thought it was. There's still some defending to do. And a5, this is exactly what Nordibek is going to try to do.
Yeah, he's thinking. Yes, he knows he has some chances to create complications, but he needs to play fast because if he doesn't have enough time to play, maybe he can lose, like not lose in position, but lose because he's thinking too much and
Yeah.
he will not
Yeah.
see his time. This kind of situations we can see many times. No, you're thinking
For
too
sure.
deep,
Yeah.
and you forget about the time. And when you see the time, you have 1 second, and you don't have time to react, and it's over.
Very true. I mean, it's okay. So Jan is bringing his king. Can you bring the king? So what do you think? Ludwig is going to try and put his rook behind the a-pawn, I guess.
Mm. I don't know if rook
So
a5
let's
is
say
the
king
next
d3.
idea. I don't know how to react against rook a5. I am considering to put my king on a1 just to blockade that pawn, but it seems not a nice idea. Okay, computer likes, but what about if black just push c4, c3, c2 with the king? Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe some tactics. Yeah,
But
maybe
it looks
something.
scary still.
Yeah,
I'm very scared here
yeah,
as white.
yeah. But white can deviate that king with e6. Yeah, that is the thing. Well, c3. What happened now with c3, e7?
No, but actually.
Oh, check. That is a trick. That is
So
the tactic
e6
trick.
is actually a very tricky. It has many ideas. King d3 has been played, so maybe we will see this line. Rook a5. Will Jan put his king in the corner? Yes, he does.
Just imagine if Nordirbeck falls in the trap of e6.
Yeah. That would be crazy. I mean, e6, even when, how did this line go?
Rook a1, king a1.
E6, I mean, he can still,
Yeah, he can take the pawn and it's a draw.
yeah.
Or I don't know how he can try to play for a win. Maybe rook a8. And then e7, c2.
But white can just actually
Oh,
bring
just
king.
deviate in the king jan.
Yeah.
This is easy draw. Even if
Yeah.
the c3 pawn is not in the board, that rook endgame is a well-known draw for these super grandmasters.
And the king has made its way to the corner.
Rook h4, interesting. Yeah, but he's playing this move just to avoid that tactic we saw it, no?
Yeah.
Now c4, c3, c2, it's an idea. We need to think about it.
So what happens if I do h4? Am I already
c3? This is other a race who is going to promote first, maybe king rook g1, king e5, h5, king d4, h6.
Oh, you can't
Oh,
go here
I'm
again.
always it's tricky. Maybe c2 first and then forget about the trick. h6.
But then just
Yeah.
a draw.
So it's not possible to progress if you cannot
if you can't use the c4
yeah,
pawn.
you cannot advance your king, you cannot advance your pawn, you cannot promote that pawn on c4. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's
Just for
wow.
one trick, the
Mm,
rook g4 trick.
very nice. Yeah, I think this was a very intense game. Nordibek certainly had big chances, but Jan defended very, very resourcefully. And so with this draw, Jan is going to move to 11 points. Nordibek 8. We still are going to see.
Do we have the results, the standings?
Yeah, actually on our screen on the stream.
Oh,
So I don't know
sure.
if they're updated live, but I think so. By the way, elsewhere, Levon Aronian did win his game against Fabi. And
We saw one time that he
oh,
has
that was the one
found
that, yeah, you're right, where Levon had the extra pawn, right?
I told you that game will not last
And you were
yeah,
correct.
but yeah, LeBron take his time to convert that pawn because we are still in the end game of Nordic against Ian also.
Yeah. But now, once again, Nordic wishes he could play c3, but careful.
Oh, this is the position. Oh no, I
No.
for sure C3 no, but H5 yes. Imagine, just imagine.
It would be so funny. Okay, still, he's fighting Nordic.
So C2, Rook G1, and that's all. There is some late mate draws. No, but almost. Imagine if you
Somewhat?
don't have. Imagine if you don't have your H7 pawn, you play Rook C1 now, and then sacrifice the Rook on C2. It's a late mate draw.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe we can actually show it. So let's say
Yeah, you can.
this was
Yeah,
gone.
yeah, just yeah. Rook
Um,
G1, for example, King D3. Yeah, imagine if Black doesn't have chances to win. Rook
so
C1.
how do I do that?
Yeah, no, Rook C1.
Oh, Rook C1, yeah.
Yeah. But for sure, after Rook C1, Black is not forced to play King D2, but this is the position we
Yeah,
want to show.
that would be very funny. In the game, King E3, Rook H1, Rook H8.
Check, check, check. Oh, this is still
This,
tricky because if you play like, if you, with the Rook on H1, you play King takes A2, Black maybe can win, like Rook H8, King A2, Rook H7. Um, this maybe only move to draw. It's difficult.
I mean, this would be very, according to the computer, Rook G1 is the only move to
and it's
make a draw.
yeah, it's important to put the rook in that
Long side.
G file because you need to check
Yeah.
as far as possible.
Wow. But in the game, Jan found a way to make an easy draw. Only kings were left on the board, and we have only one game left.
Which is
Praggnanandhaa.
Praggnanandhaa against Alirosa is also in the lead. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, he's
He's like
second.
1 point behind Jan.
What about this position? Black has piece up, but White has 2 pawns for that knight. And okay, the rook and knight endgame against the rook is a well-known draw. And with this time control would be not hard to do the draw, but and it's also easy to trade at pawns. The last pawn of black is on f7, and you can play rook f6 and g6. White is playing for a win because he can draw with rook f6, g6 at any time. Maybe just they want the draw now, g6, and that's all.
Yeah, that looks. I mean, this endgame, I always feel confident that it's so easy to defend it because I got it in one of my own games and I didn't know anything about it, and it's so easy to defend. I mean, unless your king is already in some net, maybe when you start, but yeah.
It's what? Okay, f5 was unnecessary move, but still he has g6 ideas just to trade. I was trying to say that rook and bishop endgames are really difficult. Rook and bishop against rook. That is the kind of endgame you don't want. You don't have maybe the confidence to draw. Yeah, because there is a lot of tricks. Sometimes you need to play just one strategy to hold the game, to save the game. If you don't know, if you don't do it correctly, you can lose.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we have seen so many even top players lose it, right? Like it's not an easy. I mean, there are some methods, but even when the players know the methods, sometimes, especially in the faster time controls, it's not easy to remember and to recall everything correctly. What
You need
is...
someone needs to study actually that rook and bishop and I didn't study correctly, I think, because sometimes I just do the technique really bad.
Did you say you never studied it?
Correctly, yeah. I never studied correctly.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
studying and practicing.
I looked away for 1 second from the board and suddenly only kings were left. That happened very quickly in the end.
And it's a draw. Oh,
Yeah.
finally, they sacrifice and just the
Yeah,
kings.
absolutely. So this round is over. We had 4 draws and 1 win from Levon. So let's see how Levon won this game against Fabi. Okay.
That was an insane, yeah.
Mhm.
The famous bishop d2 line that everyone is playing nowadays.
It's so strange, right? How in chess really, like, there are these fashions and the trends.
Yeah. Bishop e2. I usually knows this line with bishop d3, with the bishop and d3, but okay, maybe it's another kind of position. The castle. I like to play this with black. I like to play with the bishop on before, then takes the knight and makes some attack on the king side with knight e4, f5, put all the pieces against the white king. Sometimes works, sometimes it's just a ghost. Who knows?
Knight c2. So we saw it was quite early. I mean, I'm curious, how did Levon, because it looked like he won a pawn quite early in this game somehow. So I'm curious what went wrong for
Maybe
Fabi.
Fabiano sacrificed the pawn.
Could be.
Because this position is kind of complicated. White has the bishop pair, but black has a lot of active pieces. It's threatening a lot of maybe tactics. But still, in the long run, in the future, white could just be better because the bishop pair is always a good weapon. The famous bishop pair.
The famous bishop pair. First defending, opening up this e5, knight f6, queen a4.
So, yeah, it's a
Looks like
typical
this
game.
move the computer did not like.
Queen before, okay.
b3.
No, now white pieces are in the best in his best shape. So black just plays some moves to attack, and then Fabiano couldn't prove nothing with his active pieces. Levon just put his pieces in the correct mood, really well plays and control everything actually. So that bishops seems passive on f2 and f1, but are doing a really great job defending the central pawns.
And bishop c8, I mean, now we see how the pawn dropped. What would happen if...
No, because
you
white will
can't just
take twice and is still a pawn down.
Yeah.
But I prefer that position with c5 because at least you can like then after that attack the c4, attack the a2 pawn of white. You have chances to save the game. No, this is the time that Fabiano should just think on save the game, don't lose, doesn't have the opportunity to win.
And let's see, how did he try to defend? So we saw the position somewhere around here.
Yeah. Oh, he lost the a2 pawn. What is the tactic? Oh no! Imagine just if black takes on a2, there is a nice tactic, rook e5. Threatening knight e7, threatening the rook, and if you rook takes e5, you will take with the pawn, and you are threatening the knight and the double attack, maybe on d8, even on d8, not just
Oh, on the
on.
A2. Everything is hanging. Very
Yeah,
nice. You
it's a
can stop
nice
this
tactic.
one. Whoops. But you cannot stop everything. Very nice,
Exactly.
actually. Nice tactics. Um, and maybe that's something. Maybe Fabi was relying on Rook A2 and then saw it doesn't work. But it looks like he got another chance to save the game.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
but he
does
has
get the pawn.
38 seconds. I think was not
Yeah.
enough. At some point, LeBron, what happened? Let's see what happened.
What happened here?
What f4? Oh, okay, 4 is good because you cannot take on d5. Oh, nice.
And the
There is a
pawn.
nice. There is an interesting tactic. Imagine you play h5 or h5. No, d6,
Now.
h5. Yeah. Rook c8, knight c8, and d7. For sure, doesn't work because rook e8.
Rookie.
But if not rook
The
e8, that is a
idea.
common
Yeah.
tactic. Just the
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice motif. But okay, how could Fabi save the game? Only knight of okay, it's hard to see the difference, no? What's
Mm, no, the knight on f6 is really good and it's defended. On b6,
oh yeah.
like Fabiano plays, is not the best choice. Because now is the e8 square is not covering. Yeah, and also that. But no, now it's possible. No, rook c8. No,
Rook C8, yeah.
instead of g3, rook c8
You're
is
right.
possible. Now, yeah,
Yes.
he missed it. He missed it.
He actually missed it. That would have
Now
been
is
such a nice way to finish the game.
no time for rook e8. Yeah, not
Yeah,
rook e8 on this time.
that was very nicely spotted. But it was still
Also, rook c8
and
and d7.
now it was finally spotted. It's a bit different, but kind of the same now with the bishop here on h3. Nice game by Levon. And so for the standings, Jan is in the lead with 11 points, Ali Reza 10, and then 3 players on 9, Hikaru on 7. Hikaru has a big game in the final rapid game, which will start 13 minutes from now. He will be white against Praggnanandhaa, who is in last place. So let's hope for a good finish in the rapid. Guys, we're going to go on a quick break. We will see you for the last game very soon. Hello and welcome back, guys. This is the 9th and final game of the rapid portion of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And Jose Hikaru, I think, will be very eager. He's had a solid day today, drawing against Wesley, drawing against Lenier. But in the last game, he's white against Praggnanandhaa, who has been struggling a bit in the tournament. So what do you think? He will go all out for a win, or
I hope he will go all in. We need that point. We need that. We need to finish this third day with a win. I think the Blitz portion, I have a lot of confidence in Hikaru. He will display his abilities in the best way he can. Today we are playing maybe the worst player in the tournament. Not the worst, I mean player, because the worst performance player of this rapid section. I think Hikaru knows that this is the time to make the leader not get too far from him. And let's see. You know, I'm always a Hikaru's fan of his. He's really resilient. I hope he can do it.
Yeah, and I'm happy also to see what I'm seeing on the camera. We saw Hikaru looking in high spirits when he sat down at the board, a smile on his face. Both players are there now. The game should start. Game should start any minute. And let's see. I agree with you. Hikaru currently is 4 points behind Jan. So would be very nice to get a win here and stay within striking distance. So let's see, is it gonna be e4? Are we going to see another Ritty?
I hope he can play some e4 opening just to play more aggressive. The ready, I think it's not working really well for him. But anyway, the Wesley's game was really good until that knight 2 idea. He has really good at small advantage, but really a high opportunity to convert that opportunity. But anyway, he plays knight f3. Okay, he's using the same opening from first round today.
Yeah, and let's see, how is Pragg going to react? So we saw Wesley had played with d5, c5.
So there is a King's Indian.
And we get the double fianchetto. You said earlier Hikaru likes to play these double fianchettos, and
Both
so
are
far,
playing.
yeah, another copycat.
Just they will just copy every single move until someone deviate. I like to play c4 now just to avoid some d5 idea. Yeah, c4 is the kind of move Hikaru likes to play. And then finish his castle, finish his development.
And what if c5?
Yeah.
We keep complete symmetry on the board.
Okay. Maybe now it's time to not play e6 and play another move. I think he will play d5. It's a normal move in this, not abnormal, but maybe could play, because sometimes when you play d5, you need to think with which piece you will capture. With knight, I don't like because you will lose the bishop on g7. Maybe with the queen.
Queen takes.
Yeah. White cannot take advantage of the queen on d5 with the bishop on g2 because you have only knight e1 idea.
Yeah.
You cannot play another a knight move on another square because you will get mated. For example, you cannot play knight e5. Remember, your bishop is not defended. You will just get mated in one move.
Yeah, so d5 was played and Hikaru quickly plays queen e2. I see in the chat Mix was saying Pragg wants a draw. I'm sure Pragg would be very happy with the draw. I mean, he's not had a good tournament. He's playing black. So I'm sure Pragg would be happy with a draw. Wants a draw, I mean, what does it mean, right? I think Pragg is just playing an opening that he thinks is good. I think it's not because, you know, he was copying the moves by Hikaru that it means he wants to draw. I think he's just playing good moves, and I think on paper a draw would be a good result. But I think a lot of chess players don't think in these terms. Like Pragg will not sit down at the board and think, I want to make a draw. I don't think so.
No, just he wants to play chess and take his opportunities when he has. Knight e5, exactly. It's a move I don't like, actually. I used to play this kind of structure, I think white structure, and I think 2 years ago, every single time I like to play the English Open on 2020, maybe 2020, 2019. And I remember some d3 knight b2 setup or d3 knight c3 setup. Yeah. Or d4 is a more direct way to play. You need to know some. This structure has some details. Yeah,
I wanted to continue the copycat.
Yeah, also the copycat is an option, but also black can take c4 and d4, and you will play with that 2 pawns on the center. It's also interesting structure to play for a win for Hikaru because there is a lot of
pawns. Yeah,
there is a lot of dynamics in this position. So. But knight e5 is a move that you're trading pieces. I think a lot of pieces. I don't know if this is the way to.
What's his idea? Is he gonna play f4, d4? Is he gonna take?
Yeah, I think d4 could be an option, but there is no some knight d7 idea, or I'm mistaken. Because
F4,
your no, I don't know, because your bishop on b2 is hanging, so you can try to pressure the a5 knight, but maybe
not so
not.
easy, yeah?
Maybe first take on bc4, and then think about dc4 first.
What did I
Black's
do?
place,
Yeah.
dc4, bc4, and now some knight d7. I was thinking, but what is happening with the knight d7? Maybe d4 and that's all, no? Maybe only knight c6.
Knight c6, no? But how does this work? What if
What is the
takes?
material? But why is sacrificing exchange? But will have a really strong knight on d5 and a lot of pawns. Just one pawn up, but a lot of pawns on the center, so should be not bad for Hikaru.
This would be an interesting line, actually. I would love to see something like this. We're still far away. Hikaru is still thinking in this position.
There is not a lot of moves in this position. He's thinking for sure about f4 move. If not, he will take on c6 really quickly.
Otherwise, what did you say? You will take on c6?
Yeah, or d4 is another option, but I don't like now with the knight on e5. I don't like the d4 decisions. Yeah, with the knight on f3, it's completely different. But the knight on e5 is a waste of time. Maybe not correct decision actually.
All right. So you are expecting either f4 or knight takes c6. Let's have a look. If knight takes c6, how does black recapture?
There is an idea. Bishop c6 now, for example. Knight c6, bishop c6. Now bishop f6 now. Bishop takes knight.
Wow.
For sure. And then bishop f6, c d5. You're sacrificing exchange. This is a line that if I am studying this opening, I will consider to study more, to get deep in this line. You're sacrificing okay, you will not take on a1. I was considering.
I'm trying to understand what the computer even
is
because doing. Computer is just giving up the material back immediately, right? To not get into trouble.
That is for sure better option than just take on a1, because if you take on a1, you're giving Hikaru's a lot of chances to have some advantage.
The bishop comes back.
And I like the idea now to play queen a6, knight a3, knight b5. You need to play queen a6 first to avoid a6. And then knight a3, knight b5 will be really nice.
Very nice move, actually, queen a6. Yeah, this looks very scary, actually, for black. Hikaru, by the way, this is one of today. I mean, the previous game, he barely used any time at all. This is one of the longest things we have seen him take. So how did we get this? It was here, and
bishop
then
f6.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6 and c d5. But as you pointed, bishop d5 is just equal. That's nothing to
The computer also points out bishop b5, which is funny.
That is nice. Because now your pawn is on d5, not on c6.
Yeah.
And this is not better for you. But anyway, Hikaru plays f4.
He does play f4. Rook d8 and d3. The bathtub.
This is the structure you want to play, actually. It's a solid structure. Black cannot...
It's actually sorry, but this is such an unusual pawn. I don't know if I've ever seen this weird pawn formation with the bathtub in the middle.
The bathtub.
And then it's a very unusual pawn structure, actually, no?
Seems like more to a bridge or a mountain,
Yeah,
but yeah,
exactly.
could be a battle. So
No, it's actually, it was called by someone. Someone called it the bathtub. I didn't make it up. I think maybe it
yeah.
was Jan Gustafsson or something. Someone in the chat is saying McDonald's pond. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Well,
Yeah. This
there you go.
could be an M. Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Could be a graphic of the Bitcoin also, but yeah, it could be many things.
So, okay, if you are black, how do you react here?
Um, I remember some ideas that when you have that kind of position with black, you need to counterplay in the queen side, like maybe take on c4. If black take on c4, white will take always with b, I think, because you need to close the center and you want to attack on the king side. But now it's different because this kind of structure with white, you you play, but black doesn't fianchetto in the king side. Black has his bishop on e7, his pawn on e6, and in that position you can attack black castle really
But now it's solid,
easier.
yeah.
Yeah, now with the fianchetto is really solid, and you cannot play g4, h4 like you will make a lot of weaknesses, no? So now maybe the idea can change, the main idea of white. I don't know, actually, I need to think. I don't have any past experience in this kind of position, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's quite an unusual, I feel it's quite an unusual position that we are seeing here. Pragg played a6.
Yeah, a6 has an idea of, not always, but if white play a4, you could play knight a7 and b5. A6 is threatening b5, but sometimes this is an interesting idea, knight a7.
Insists.
Not exactly now, because you will
No.
never play b5 because white can take your knight with the rook, but knight a7 is a common maneuver in many times. Actually, now knight b4 will be an excellent square for knight. So that's why white cannot play a4. White can play knight a3 or knight c3, maybe knight a3 to avoid b5, or also knight d2.
And yeah, wandering bishop once again. We did mention actually the bathtub, but now it's even somebody in the chat mentioned the McDonald's, the Great Wall of China. We have expanded on the, or as Jose was saying, the Bitcoin graph. A lot of potential for this pawn formation. 92. Again, you know, for me, it's so I don't play these kind of structures with either side. And I'm always trying to understand, when do I want to change the structure? When do I want to release the tension? How do I want to do it?
After this capture, Hikaru has a really tough decision. I don't know if he plays this a lot. I mean, this structure a lot, but every single capture has different consequences on the position.
Is there one that we can exclude? Is this one maybe?
Yeah, that maybe is the worst.
Yeah.
And then bc4, b takes c4 is maybe the best. You don't want the d file open. You want to keep pieces.
But are you not worried d3 is gonna become a weakness?
Yeah, that is a bad part, but you don't have too many squares on the d file to put the rooks and the queen. And
That's
also
true.
you need to play e3 sometimes to avoid
Yeah.
to restrict the knight
Yeah.
to jump on b4. Yeah, Hikaru's plays
Hikaru took with the b pawn. Yeah.
Now black has interesting, like the idea I told you, knight a7, not just for playing b5, just you can use knight a7 to trade the bishops on the light square bishops. So you need to trade pieces. This is a position black need to trade pieces to take advantage, to take pressure on the d3 pawn. That is the
And
way
actually,
Pragg will
Pragg
play.
is looking also, he's to create some trades along the black diagonal.
I think knight c6 is still a move. Imagine you
Actually, this is happening.
take everything. Take g7, take c6. Now I like a little more the Hikaru's position because without many pieces, okay, you don't want to trade with white, but if you trade,
This is happening actually. Maybe we will see all these trades.
yeah, because without the bishops, you have more freedom to make some actions with your pawns like g4 and that stuff.
Okay, so Pragg takes on g2 before taking on
That is
g7.
interesting.
What difference actually does it make?
He wants to deviate the queen from d3, or if Hikaru takes with the king on g2, black will have some check, useful check. So now
Jose,
after,
by the way, a question from one of our mods wondering, Bishop, as someone who has played Hikaru a lot, what do you think his weaknesses are? And do you think there are any openings maybe that he doesn't play as well as others?
I think one weakness of Hikaru's play is that he's maybe not doing well in this tournament is he's playing his same openings as he played in Blitz. Like this, for example, this ready double fianquero, he's not trying a main line. He's using his pet lines of Blitz and his opponents like Pragg, for sure they are studying a lot of openings. They are studying Hikaru's games because Hikaru is maybe the one of the greatest. You want to analyze Hikaru's games on Blitz at least in this time of controls, no? So everyone is prepared against Hikaru in his pet lines. Also, when I play Hikaru once, I had time to prepare against one of his pet lines. Like he used to play a lot of lines, but he used to play also some e3, b3, knight f3. And I found a nice idea to play, and I think I use well in some games. So yeah, that is the not a good part of this opening. Yeah, it's predictable, and you can prepare really easy against.
Interesting, very interesting thoughts. And I mean, it seems in this case that Pragg came very well prepared. This position, do you think maybe it's a bit more comfortable for white to play?
This is a kind of position everything can happen actually, because the action will happen on the queen side, on the king side, on the center. We don't know until the pawns move, and that I don't like it actually, because I am thinking on attacking the king side, so I will play rook 81
to keep the rook here.
Yeah, and use that rook for something in the
Something.
future. Yeah.
Angry Alpha is asking, is this the 9th round? Yes, so this is the last rapid game of this tournament, the last game of the day. Tomorrow we will move to Blitz. Okay, Hikaru, it looks like he has given up for now, at least on any ideas of playing on the king side, and I think this makes a lot of sense from Pragg, right? To double.
Maybe he wants to play on the center. I think it's the only explanation I can say about the rook f1 move. Maybe queen. I was thinking about rook c1 and d4. That was an idea I would play if I have. Yeah. And after rook f8, d4, and play with the two isolated pawns in the center. Yeah, because that gives a lot of dynamic in the position. If black doesn't play e6, you can play also d5 and open the a1, h8 diagonal and make some tactics, the famous goes, the famous Hikaru effect.
Yeah.
The Hikaru effect can affect Pragg. So.
I like it. I like it. Hikaru has a different idea. I like actually this very pragmatic move. A little bit of prophylaxis, just stepping out of any danger. You just mentioned this long diagonal. So just stepping out of that, and rook b3. Do you think Hikaru's looking to gang up on this pawn?
It's interesting because black has the b6 weakness and white has the d3 weakness. So the position is, positionally speaking, maybe equal, no? They are going to triple or double on the b file and the d file, but I think Hikaru has his own ideas. Maybe h4, h5 could work with a queen on b2. Some idea, a stockfish idea.
Yeah. By the way, Master Chief, I did actually, when I said pragmatic, I was like, oh no, hopefully, you know, people won't think I'm making a terrible pun. So that's why I didn't say pragmatic move by Praggnanandhaa. Who are the seconds of Pragg and Hikaru? Well, Hikaru, we know that he is there with Chris Littlejohn. Praggnanandhaa, I don't know. Funnily enough, he worked with Peter Swidler during the candidates. And Peter Swidler is actually in St. Louis, but as a commentator. So I do not know who Pragg is working with during this tournament. I don't even know if he's working. It's actually, is Sinkerfield Classical happening after this?
I'm not sure.
I'm also not sure. It's so embarrassing. Did Nippo already win? No.
I think it's too
Oh,
early
who did
to.
we with not win? No, I didn't see who Nippo is with. Who is Nippo with?
Maybe some friend of his country. I don't know. Maybe it's Dubop.
I doubt it, because Dubov was with Magnus on the match, right? It'd be weird if he, but maybe, who knows? He's with Gustafsson. But that, I think they've worked together for a while, actually, no? Like Gusti at least was at some tournaments already, but it's very interesting because you mentioned Dubov, and I was like, no, he worked with Magnus, but of course Gustafsson also worked with Magnus, so
Yeah,
sometimes, yeah,
yeah.
they are
I think
switching.
Gustafsson helps Magnus in the martial ideas, with martial ideas in the rule opus, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Somehow.
And just wonder, thank you. I, funnily enough, just watched the video today as well. So it's great to see more content, to see Anna back. Hikaru. Oh, and Hikaru said that he was on the same flight from Chicago to St. Louis with Swidler. And yeah, I didn't see the answer. Does anyone in the chat know? Is the Sinkerfield Classical event happening after this? Because I think if it's only Rapid and Blitz, you don't necessarily need to bring a second. But if Pragg is playing in the Classical Sinkfield after this, then he probably has someone there with him. Anyway, back to the game. I got distracted. After Rook B8, we saw Knight C6, A3, and Rook B8.
As I told you, Black's idea is b5. He wants to break up, to create some counterplay, maybe to create other weakness. The a3 pawn can be a weakness if, when Black plays b5, White takes, and you take with the a pawn. No, that's the a file get open.
How did you? Sorry, what did you say? If,
for example, b5 now. If White takes, okay, White it's winning the c5 pawn now,
so
but imagine the queen is not on c2.
Yeah.
You make another move, and or the queen is not on c2. Now this position you have two weaknesses, d3 and a3. Also, Black has two weaknesses, c5 and b5. But that c5 and b5 pawns can be a weaknesses, but also can create a pass pawn, so it could be dangerous.
Yeah, and Pragg is thinking, so how can he defend this pawn and prepare e5? Not so easy. Can he move?
Knight a7. This is a good typical move. Like I'm always thinking because it's a common one. Actually, engine doesn't hate it.
Yeah.
Allows knight e5, but the knight on e5, if white plays that move, is not doing nothing. No? For example, now you play knight e5. That knight in that square is not doing nothing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty knight, but not useful.
Yeah, I mean, this position, still there is a lot of tension. So what did rook d8? Okay, moving away again from the b file.
This position, I don't like to play with white because you cannot make any pawn decision without making another
Weakness.
weaknesses, another maybe black tactical threats. Yeah, you cannot play e4.
Yeah.
Playing d4 now is a risk. H4, H5 is maybe the only way to create some kind of, I don't
But it
get a
also feels like
spice. Yeah.
somehow.
Imagine some queen c8, queen g4. And not now doesn't work, but imagine the future would be a problem.
Yeah, it's somehow not a fun position to play. Okay, at least we're looking in the right direction here. Computer, I mean, I like this move. Computer says
Queen h8. Oh, queen c3.
knight here, and then what? Why did the knight come here? It's not clear, yeah.
I don't know. Actually, black doesn't have any clear idea to play now. That is a good part. It's good for Hikaru that Pragg doesn't have a logical plan, like
But
a
what is
direct.
Hikaru's plan? You think to push the h4?
H4, H5 is the only plan I can say. Sometimes just one plan is the way to continue. Rook
Okay, so
b2, for example, and you can use that rook in when you attack. When you play h4, h5, you can maybe move the rook to g2 to h2. You have now another idea to combine.
Boom.
Yeah, I hope we can play 6 times in a row and win the game like a bonus. Give us a 3 time
Exactly.
moves.
Actually, Hikaru hasn't played yet, so he can only be thinking about 2 moves, rook b2 or rook b1. I mean, rook b1 has the advantage, sorry. Rook b1 has the advantage that it protects this rook, but I like what you were pointing out, that here the rook can swing over. So rook b2 has been played. Oh, actually, he was away from the board. That's why he didn't make a move.
Yeah, he's standing up a lot of times. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, interesting how much he is getting up.
I would be afraid of the knight e5, knight g4 white's idea, but after f6 is just okay for black.
So let's say if...
No, it's now white's
it is
turn,
now
knight
white.
e5. For example, queen c7 again, and knight g4, just f6 stops every single threat. If you don't have f6, you're losing. You have
That
f6.
is crazy, actually. Yeah, f6 is the only move.
The only and enough.
Yeah.
But at least you're creating some weakness after knight g4 that could work maybe in, I don't know, some future position.
But surely Hikaru is gonna play knight e5, right?
Maybe he's thinking about king f2, rook f2. There is a lot of options.
Oh, you're right.
Quite similar, but a lot of options.
Rook f2 feels a bit too artificial, though.
I don't like queen a4 response because it seems really aggressive. Yeah, I would prefer to play knight e5 or king f2. I think he's thinking about king f2 because knight e5 is not doing nothing, at least now. And king f2 is more solid.
King f2.
Yeah.
I keep staring at this position and I find it really hard. Like, I mean, we saw this idea, but somehow it never works at the moment. Okay, what if?
Rook bd2, for example. How would you continue? That is the question.
It's always the question. Always the question.
The best square for the black knight.
Yeah, what is
it's
this
on,
knight?
It's on before, but you have a 3. There is no ideal square for that knight. So Pragg maybe should wait in the position, cannot make progress, cannot make something.
Progress.
Maybe h3, g4 from white. Maybe you can play king g2, h3, g4.
So let's say black just wait. Oh,
No, you can.
oh no,
Yeah, that is a good move. Yeah, for us, if we are rooting for Hikaru, the king f8 is a move we want to
I
see
was
in that
just trying
position.
to make a pass move, but okay, let's say no, but h6 I also don't like.
Maybe knight c6 and just come back.
Okay.
Then yeah, some progress with king g2, h3, g4. Maybe then king g3 and h4, h5. Yeah, just slow, step-by-step
I
attack.
love your optimism, Jose. And your attacking spirit.
Yeah, step-by-step.
Step by step.
Hikaru likes that kind of
it.
attack.
He's still thinking about this king. Oh, he goes knight e5. Okay.
So he has 12 minutes against 15. He used at least 4 minutes in that move.
Yeah, this was a long think. And where is the queen going to go?
a4, it's a square I don't like to see, but it's not doing too much. You are not threatening nothing special on that square. Maybe b5 because now you have your a5 knight defended.
What? So what do you play for white?
For example, rook dd2. Now you can think about b5. No, not now, I think, but maybe after rook
Even
c8.
now, the computers say this is
Wow.
fine, which is
It's fine.
crazy.
Maybe it's because you cannot take on c5 because knight b3 at the end of the line. Like takes, queen c5, knight b3, losing an exchange.
Yeah. So b5 here actually works.
Wow. That could be a problem.
Do you think? Queen a4. I also like queen c8. I mean, you were pointing out this, swinging over at some point to the king side. They are two very different directions, right? Either you go queen side or king side.
I think Pragg is thinking about knight g4 ideas. Yeah, he doesn't want to Hikaru's attack.
But he always has, right? He always...
Not now, because you will lose the rook, but for example, after rook dd2, b5,
dd2,
b5, now knight g4, f6.
f6 is always the only, yeah?
But this after f6, I don't see too much.
Actually, Pragg went queen a8.
Okay, that is the new one.
Yeah, then look at this.
So maybe he wants to cover the f3 square for some reason, but what about king f2? Just improving the king, letting that knight at least the f3 square.
Actually, once is f6 a threat? Let's say I do f6 is actually a threat, yeah?
Yeah, because you can lose the e3 pawn, like knight g4, queen f3. You will not lose the knight, but you will lose the e3 pawn. So that is
Okay,
interesting.
so we need to watch out for this. So king f2 actually.
Knight
Oh,
g4,
but knight g4,
f6.
f6.
e4, e5. How this idea could work maybe. The bad thing about e4 is that d4 square, but you cannot take advantage of that square because yeah, your b6 pawn. Oh, but now yeah, you have some nice e4 ideas. Yeah, that is stuff. Yeah, but for example, after rook d4, knight e3, you are threatening knight d5. That seems really strong. Knight d5 attacking e7, attacking b6, not letting the rooks correlated.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something. Like here, the position is very alive. I like that the computer says queen h7. Just...
Yeah. No, and then the queen is now in the same diagonal of our white skin, so
yeah.
have some reason, huh?
Hikaru, knight f2 and queen f3. I always feel so uncomfortable when this queen is coming close to my king. I don't like it at all.
But I think it's not a problem now. I like what Hikaru is doing now. The d3 pawn is a weakness. It's not more a weakness maybe because you have the knight defending. So
How
he
are you
can
gonna defend e1?
rook e1. Yeah. You should not yeah, you have the knight now defending the d3 pawn. So
I have a
you
question. Can black at some point try to
yeah,
attack?
black can attack, but he at yeah, at least you can trade queens, queen c2, queen e2, and the attack will be not enough. I don't know if it's not another. Yeah, queen c2, like queen c2, queen e2 is the or maybe the only idea you have to avoid such an attack like
Yeah,
h4.
And in the game,
Queen
queen
c1.
c1.
I don't know why he didn't use the rook e1 idea. Why he's keeping his rook on d1.
But what is he?
Rook e1.
I mean, could we? I know, but this pawn is
No.
defended.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Yeah, it's defended, but the knight. Oh, maybe white cannot play now queen d1. Cannot trade queens because his queen and his rook on c1 and e1 should stay there.
Yeah.
So how he's progressing? Okay.
But how is black progressing?
Yeah, also.
Yeah.
I could see an option, maybe rook b e2, and let the white queen play something or do something on the position. I don't know what.
It's such a tough position for me to wrap my head around.
What about e4 and try to trap that queen? Like after rook e6, rook e1, or rook e6,
Actually,
rook
Pragg
e1?
said, no, I don't want to get my queen trapped.
It's just the Hikaru effect, no? Because against
Yeah.
another player, you will maintain your queen on f3, but
Yeah.
you're against Hikaru, you know, your queen get trapped, you know, let the queen come back, yeah.
That's so true. But it's still, I don't see any clear plan for either side. I mean, we discussed b5, but it's not so easy to achieve. I mean, if either side wants to make progress, at some point they will have to look for a pawn break, right?
Yeah, I think queen c2 is not threatening nothing, it's just improving the piece. Also, maybe against b5, you can try something like takes and rook c1. I'm not fan about taking the pawn because if you, for example, b5 now, if you take that pawn, you will not, you will cannot avoid c4, and it's bad for white.
I'm curious. The computer says that this.
Yeah, that is a nice move actually. A really
And what's
nice
the
move.
point? What
Is
if the knight goes
knight
back?
d7. You will not take. You will play rook db1, and you will force black to take on c4. Okay, cannot take on c4 because the knight, but
but now this
winning a
pawn is
pawn.
simply lost, yeah?
You're winning a pawn.
Yeah.
And even if you're not winning a pawn, if black takes on c4, you can take with the queen, and the structure is bad for black. You have a lot of positional victories in this situation.
Okay, so b5 right now is not an option.
I don't know, maybe rook e6 again. Just attacking one pawn. And yeah, Pragg. Oh, you did it.
No, I did it, sorry.
I was thinking the game went in that way. Yeah, I was so proud of myself. Yeah, I predict again. But yeah,
But
what
I
about?
think it's a logical move. It might happen because, okay, what do you do? Rook e1, or can you finally push this pawn?
Yeah, okay. The time when if you push that pawn, you need to be sure your ideas are right, because it's a decision you will not change. You need to live with that.
Like in life, some decisions you cannot take back.
Exactly.
Oh,
So
Pragg actually goes back with the queen
let's
to
see
f3.
if Hikaru plays rook e1 now, or he will repeat with queen c1, because
Yeah, so it's a silent draw offer, right?
basically.
If queen c1, but Hikaru is not interested in a draw.
Now maybe again queen c6, yes, just repeating. But yeah, I have some idea with h4, h5 again. For example, queen c6. Imagine Pragg just moves the queen. h4, and you're improving slowly your position. Even engine is
Starting. Finally, we see some white color.
Yeah, 0.01. That is a hope. That is the sign of hope.
That's all we need.
That's enough, huh? But yeah, you need your queen on c2 to stop b5 with the queen c3 idea, the nice idea of queen c3. You cannot play queen e2 now or after h4, because you will allow b5. And that counterplay.
So let's show that. Let's say.
Yeah, king g7, for example, queen e2 should not be a move because b5, and you don't have queen c3.
Yeah.
It's important
to keep the queen.
You can't forget, actually, if Hikaru's overestimate his position, can't forget about the queen c3 idea, and I hope that doesn't happen. For example, what happened if Pragg just play king g7? He maintains his queen on f3, plays some random waiting move.
But you wanted to trap this queen somehow.
No, that was a joke. Now I don't want to play because knight c6, knight d4, it's over.
You can't make these chess jokes with me. I'm not.
But with the
I'm already bad at understanding jokes in life, but chess jokes, come on. Too much.
With the queen on c1, and that can work because you have rook e3 instantly. But with the queen on c2, it's not working because also with the queen on c2 is worse because e4, for example, knight c6, and if you like the material, you will take on b6, and knight d4. It's over. Okay, not over, but you will lose this game.
Something bad will happen
against
here. Yeah. But what is this computer move again? Knight c2. I don't understand anything.
Threatening knight Okay, it's a move in between, no? Rook d6, knight e1. You're winning exchange.
Nice. Oof. Okay, and King
Yeah,
G7 is actually played. You have been predicting so many moves today.
but now it's time to play queen b1 and force black to return his queen. And then e4. So
Finally.
engine likes e4 when the maneuver of knight a5 c6 is not possible, or at least is slower, and that has a lot of sense. But it's difficult to play e4. If
It's a very
Hikaru,
committal move, as you were saying.
yeah, I think Hikaru can play it because if he wants to win, if he wants to make the all-in, he will play it.
Yeah, I think
At some point.
Hikaru already showed, right, that he is playing for a win. Otherwise, here he had the opportunity to repeat moves if he wanted. So let's see. I mean, the computer is also saying we could offer a queen trade. What is that about?
The endgame is interesting. Actually, I couldn't evaluate, but without queens, you can play or move your pawns like with freedom, like the G, H, and F pawn. The A pawn, no, not the E pawn, but the G, not the A. Also the A pawn, no, not the
All your pawns with freedom.
no, not the A or the D or the E pawn, no, because
Not.
because
But yes.
yeah, exactly, yeah. The 3 pawns you can move like until the infinite.
What did Hikaru played queen e2? The queens are off the board, but Pragg is the first one to push a pawn.
Oh, play e5.
And we see plus 0.3. Jose, can we get excited here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
0.3, it's decisive advantage of Pope, eh?
Okay.
Yeah,
This is a weakness.
He's trying to play e4 now, no, because knight e4 rook d3 is his threat.
What is, sorry?
Yeah, because that is the only way to explain why he's letting that e5 as a weakness. That he wants to sacrifice 1 pawn to take another and trade pieces.
Oh, this would be very bad.
No, that would be really bad. Maybe that's why the best move after e5 takes is rook c2. I mean, takes rook ec2. So you can consider take with pawn maybe, but also with knight, and your c4 pawn is defended. So that is a small improvement. Huh?
Yeah, very nice. It's the kind of move I have to say. Oops, sorry. I think this is the kind of move that I find really interesting, but I think I would not consider it so much in my own game. So I think this is really like a nice teaching moment for me, hopefully also for the viewers. So yeah, very interesting point. Hikaru is still thinking after e5.
Yeah, this is a position that it's an endgame. Could be an endgame without less pieces, but there is a lot of tactical issues because it's an open position. Black kings is really open, and you can make a lot of tactics. For example, after take on e5, you can use the f file, you can use the knight on e4 or g5. You can, if you take on b6, you are attacking with all the pieces, the king, the black king. So this is not the drawish game. This is a end game. Everything can happen. Maybe tactically, maybe positionally. It's a long end game.
Hikaru, wow, this really surprises me that he didn't take on e5.
He did the move, but in maybe not the correct order. He should play f5 first.
So what if black takes now? How will you recapture?
Yeah, just GF, because if you take
just
with
to
E,
keep the bathtub alive.
Yeah. Don't allow
Can't let go
knight.
of the bathtub.
After rook e8, maybe rook e2, just or Well, I would not like to play e4, but if you're forcing me to do it, the good thing is you cannot play knight c6.
I don't even understand anymore. Yeah, knight c6, never possible. I don't even understand who's better in these positions. I keep asking myself, would I prefer to play white or black? And
It's interesting that
not
if
sure.
in that line, if you take on f4, gf4, for example, rook e8, you defend with rook e2, rook e6, rook d e6, and you can sacrifice that pawn, for example, king g2. But when black takes on e3, you take on b6, and the black's knight is trapped. At least if it's not trapped, you will take a6, you will attack that knight,
Yeah.
you will check on a7 the king, you will make some threats with the knight, then jumping on e4, so it's really good.
This
It's
is actually
happening.
a nice trick also to remember. Pragg took on f4, Hikaru does take with the g pawn. All of this is happening.
Imagine, yeah.
Yeah. But okay, I think Pragg would not take the pawn, yeah? So let's say this is what we were looking at. And I think he will not do us the favor. Can he? 5.
Yeah, maybe
Now
it's
we're
time to play
gonna.
king f3 and
Jose,
you're
you once again called all the moves. You are the new prophet. We'll call you the prophet 2.0.
Yeah, I hope I can predict the Hikaru's winners.
The legendary bathtub remains absolutely Hikaru FTW. Yeah, Master Chief is saying Pragg is going for the pawn, but as Jose was just saying, you don't really want to take that pawn because, sorry.
Wow, king f7. I don't know what is the reason or the idea of that move. It's not improving nothing. It's just moving the king.
Yeah, but how do you want to improve? Maybe, I mean, we looked at f5, but it's again.
That is a good point. Black cannot improve with too many moves. But yeah, king f7, king f3. Now it's time to make a decision, a different decision, because black, if black wants f5, should play now. If not, knight e4 is not possible because knight e4. But knight e1 c3, I like it. If you can maneuver your knight to d5, will be a different position. I don't know if it's possible, but it will be nice if that happened.
It would be nice. Knight c6, 0.4. What is this? Do we get a chance here?
Knight e4. Now it's possible because black cannot take on c4, cannot do that tactic, and the maneuver is shorter also.
Yeah, so let's just point out what you're saying. So
For example,
let's say here,
knight e4
Hikaru
was
can never
not
play.
possible because knight c4, but now with the knight on c6, it's possible.
So knight e4. Does Hikaru, did we see?
He's moving his hand.
Knight e4 is on the board. Knight
It's on the board.
e7.
Okay. Oh, he wants to place that knight on f5. Also good. But what about I will knight c3, knight f5, knight d5. Which knight is better? Okay, black knights improve a lot because a5 was a terrible square, but my knight on d5 is also perfect.
What is this? I mean, computer says b5 is the only, more or less.
Oh, knight d4, that is the idea. But this leads to a position that Hikaru will love to play with this kind of okay, with this amount of time of both, because there is a lot of tricks.
Oh,
Rook, knight, 2 pass pawns, knight f6 threats, a lot of
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah.
Hikaru effect.
He would love this for sure, especially now with the time having slowly ticked down. But Hikaru drops the knight back. Where is that knight? Okay, just stopping knight f5, I guess.
But I can make that move anyway, no? Because that double pawns are not possible to attack. No?
To break down, yeah.
Oh, okay. Imagine I have my rook on h5 is the only way to attack, but king g6 stops.
Mm.
So that pawn on f5 is not a weakness now, at least.
Yeah, surely Pragg is thinking about this. Okay, I think what we need to hope for is that Pragg spends a bit too much time here and the pressure gets to him. Oh, is Hikaru gonna get a chance here? I think that's the big question. Knight f5, I mean, what do you do? Maybe you keep the knights somehow, but how?
It's possible to play knight e4 again? Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. Now I like to play a4, a5. That idea, it's now working because you don't have the b4 square for your knight. The knight goes to another part, so that b4 square is it's not a danger.
It's funny, I was looking at the engines and they want to play now on the king side. So what happens if you go, let's say 5?
It's a lot of b5. Okay, b5 is always a threat,
Okay.
huh?
And if I don't understand anything. I'm just making computer moves, but I'm like, my mind is blown. Okay, and you try
Yeah.
to. Okay, it gets very messy here, no? What this?
Oh, but okay, this is a complete
Yeah, I'm
crazy
going a bit.
position. Yeah.
Got carried away. Sorry.
I think Pragg will not play knight f5. He's thinking a lot of in that move. He has 2 minutes also, so he need to play now something. Knight c6.
But this is the same position, right?
Yeah, if Hikaru didn't consider knight c3, knight e5, he will not maybe consider it now. I don't know, maybe h4, h5, another way to do something. Huh?
I like h4 actually.
Rook b6 is not possible, no? Because knight e5 instead of h4, for example. Rook
Instead
b6
of
is not, rook takes b6 is not possible because knight e5. Knight e4, oh, knight e4 also works.
yeah,
Knight
but
e5,
this is
yeah,
stronger.
is stronger, but knight d4, I was thinking I will take on d4, I will take on c5, and I will have 3 pawns, but it's not enough because rook b3, yeah, you're losing the d3 pawn. Yeah.
But the other still, yeah, as you said, knight e5
Yeah, knight e5 is
should not
just
allow any of that. It's just...
enough, enough. Okay, in bullet, Hikaru will win, but this is not a lot
Okay,
of pawns.
we're back in the same position, so Hikaru is gonna have to come up with another plan. Not
He
knight
does,
g3.
but why he doesn't like knight c3, knight e5? Seems a really logical maneuver. Maybe knight c3, rook d8, stopping knight d5. Mm.
Very, very tricky. By the way, I saw earlier that Jan was losing against all the games are still going. Looks
Seems
like
like also
Nordicbeck is
Wesley is winning, yeah.
yeah. So let's see, what is Hikaru gonna come up with? Times are evening out again. I was hoping Hikaru would be able to do... Okay, a4 was actually the computer's top choice.
I like that move.
Yeah.
So there is only one move against a4. It's a5. So what is happening now? So
But now suddenly we have some juicy. Now you move knight c3, surely.
at least now he has one more square available. He needs to play knight c3. I think is the only way Hikaru's gonna make some progress, go for the win. Let's go, Hikaru.
Yeah.
Knight c3.
Suddenly there is some hope here. Because this is really going to be like this is a weakness forever. Of course, we have this weakness on e3, but maybe at some point.
Now I am considering, e4, knight d5, if I have the chance in that position. a5 from Pragg. And rook b3. So he's trying to double on b file. Seems oh, but
you can't, right? F5.
Oh, he plays h6. Oh, they are playing really fast. h6.
Yeah.
What? So if rook
you can't do this, right? F5 and
knight c3. No,
oh,
knight
sorry.
c.
I am tired. I didn't see this knight.
No, but
I was like,
it still works because some knight c6 you are threatening e3, and if knight d5 defending e3, you will play knight b4 blocking every single threat on the b file. So now
my
white
God.
doesn't have any counterplay. That is not the good scenario. This is the worst
No.
scenario we can reach.
Yeah. But then how do you
Knight g3, Hikaru can make the same on the king side, like f5, h4, and force h5. It will be really nice to see it.
the bathtub still alive.
The bathtub against, I don't know how can name the black structure. The
The
two
double
Bs,
V, I don't know. the
two houses,
the two mini pyramids.
The two towers.
Yeah.
So 1 minute and 28 for Hikaru. Oh, he's still thinking about it. I don't know. Maybe knight g3 and not play h4, knight g3 f5.
But it's getting so hard now. I mean, it's what we talked about on the first day, right? Or was it yesterday? The principle of two weaknesses. Like there is one weakness here, but one is not enough, right?
No, but you have also weaknesses. You cannot make a progress if you have weaknesses to defend. That's why you cannot use the rook. Oh, I don't like this scenario.
This is what we looked at, right?
We're in the live position. Oh, this is the live position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this scenario.
This is exactly what you were saying that you did not want.
Yeah, maybe Hikaru has another idea. He wants to play e4 and try to, maybe not e4 now because knight c6 can win an exchange, but e4 later, he can like make some progress, e4, e5. But yeah, you need to defend the knight c7 threat. No, Pragg need to play some rook c8 too.
Yeah. Yeah, so how do you...
Then I will play some
what? Did he miss? Oh my God.
Knight c7, knight c7, knight c7. Knight c7, I say it. He needs to defend that. No, Hikaru, just
no, is he
relax.
Okay, he's oh God.
Finally.
What a blunder. I think
finally one of the players they were playing amazing chess.
Wow, I was looking
collapsing
completely missed it. Wow. What a blunder.
Tricky knights.
This is what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. It's heartbreaking, of course, for Pragg. These knights, exactly. I think it's, yeah, I mean, you know, people are saying, how did he miss that? I think it's tough, these 3 games of rapid. And you're having a bad tournament, and I think Pragg defended so well, and he felt, you know, finally everything is under control. And I think with the tiredness, and I think it's quite easy to sometimes just miss these easy tactics, you know? It happens to all of us. Bathtub is OP. True. And yeah, here Hikaru shouldn't have too much trouble converting. So what we take, I guess?
Yeah, I think take king f1, let the knight on e8 take, rook d2, only move knight b4, and that knight is not doing nothing. So after rook d6, it's I think over. You will take h6, you will take b6. That knight doesn't have any square to improve, even to take a pawn. You cannot take a pawn with that knight on b4.
Let's say
go here. King e2, and then knight a3, king d3, and also your knight getting trapped.
Oh, that was a mouse slip. That was a crazy mouse slip, actually.
Hopefully this is OTV.
So in the game, yeah. Okay, Hikaru does it another way, but this is also, of course, completely crushing.
Yeah.
He can choose which pawn to
Hikaru
take.
will not take on e4 because that knight does have that b2 square, so he will take that e pawn with the king, and the knight is trapped, I think, but not trapped.
Oh, the knight is trapped. You're right.
No, you have the e4 square, but you will force that knight to.
And you can see that Pragg is very disappointed. It's tough. I mean, chess is tough. You know, you can defend perfectly the whole game, and you have one moment of not full focus, and yeah, you miss a fork and you lose. Chess is really. I've become a lot happier in life since I started playing less and commentating more. Because winning in chess is so nice, but losing, especially in these cruel fashions, it's so painful. But yeah, Pragg is young. I mean, it's like he's having a bad tournament and this is a horrible blunder, but he's like 19, 20. This will not, end his career. They will play 2 days of Blitz now, and then he has the classical event. So it's tough, but he will bounce back.
Pragg resigns now.
Yeah.
Finally, Hikaru, we can say he won the third game in the third day.
Much needed. Oh, and actually very good news. Let's jump immediately here. Fabi, I read earlier in the chat, Fabi was winning, then he messed up, but now he's winning again. And it's actually great news for Hikaru that somebody is stopping Jan in this tournament.
Really nice, really nice. After that, Hikaru can climb to the top 5, I think. Yeah, he's with the same points. I don't know, Lebon, Maxime, Lenier. I don't know what is their results.
A lot happened. So Wesley beat Nordibek. Alireza Levon was a draw, and MVL beat Lenier. So what does that? Okay, we'll check the standings in a second. Let's first see. Okay, how easy is it to convert this?
Usually you need to stop the HF pawns. You can play d4 and check and d5 and push, check, but I don't know if it's enough.
It's funny, right? Because I look at this and I see +5 and I think, okay, must be easy. And then one move and immediately +2, and I'm like, oh God, this pawn starts running.
I don't like the Fabiana's decision because he didn't want to calculate the d4 continuation. We can analyze after instead of knight bishop f7 what will happen with d4 h4 check. Now it's time to see which square is better for the king. Maybe king e7, d5, h3, d6, and I think it's winning because you will help that pawn with the bishop, and that rook on g4 also doesn't have a square to sacrifice the against the pawn. So yeah, bishop b5, and then you are threatening rook a8. So that he can calculate, but he didn't want to, or
Well, he
doesn't
also
have time.
didn't have much time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the main reason. So he's
Okay, at least the h pawn is gone, but still, these two connected passes are always dangerous.
yeah, but
Will Fabi win it? It would be very important. Well, it would be very good for Hikaru, but also for all the players in the field. If Fabi wins this game, the standings will actually be incredibly close. Right now, 3 players on 11, Nepo, MVL, and Firuja. Levon on 10, Lenier and Hikaru on 9. And if Fabi wins, he would move to 8 with Nordibek. So apart from Pragg, if Fabi wins, everyone is within 3 points.
So it's just 1 point different.
Yeah, between Hikaru and...
Oh, but in Blitz it's 2.
Since in Blitz, yeah, 2 points.
Oh,
Yeah.
Blitz is 2, yeah. But anyway, there is a lot of games on Blitz.
18 games, of course, yeah.
A lot of action.
But let's see first if Fabi... Oh, there was some moves, sorry. I was asleep. King e3.
What? This is kind of mate. This is a mate threat. If rook f1, d4, bishop f7 is mate into, for sure. Fabiano will not allow that.
No.
Yan will not allow that.
Well, Yan will, yeah.
Okay, but now rook g6 could work, and rook g4. Bishop e6. No, but that doesn't work.
But what if you go? Can you not go after this pawn somehow?
Oh yeah, that is maybe Stuxon, no? Rook f1, king e2, and again rook f4, bishop g6.
This looks good, no? And he does go rook f6, rook f1, and king e2.
King e2. And bishop g6. Okay, but the good thing of this position is the bishop is defending the d3 pawn, so it's not any opportunity, any chance from Gian to complicate the position. It's actually an easy one for Fabiano.
This, yeah, unless
rook a5, maybe, yeah, it should work. Maybe bishop h5, bishop e2 after.
Rook.
Unnecessary.
What happened after something like rook a5?
Yeah, king c3 only moved to avoid that that check.
But I like what Fabi is doing. He's just regrouping for now, and
yeah,
I mean, actually, black is black in some kind of Zugzwang. Anyway, Jan resigned, and wow, that means the 9 rounds of rapid. That was a huge win for Fabi. All the players except for Pragg are within 3 points. The leaders on 11, and Fabi and Nordibek on 8, Wesley and Hikaru on 9, and Levon on 10. Is Hikaru coming for an interview? We haven't heard yet. The fact that he is not here yet indicates that he's probably doing an interview on the official stream. So we are actually going to watch that interview right now.
Let's watch the interview.
By Hikaru. Hikaru, congratulations. Ending the day with a win. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Obviously I got a nice win in this final game today. I think I played, the way that I would have liked to have played on the first 2 days with the 3 games. So I'm pretty happy, but there's still a long way to go.
The last round actually was great. You got this a nice surprise. Actually, we saw your analysis, so I don't think we have to do a deep dive on the game because we were watching the St. Louis interview. But what went through your mind when he played G5?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell that Pragg was definitely not in a very, very good state of mind. I mean, in general, he seemed very unhappy. I think a lot of it had to do with his previous round against Alireza Firouzja when he messed up a very promising position. I don't know if he's actually winning or not, but he messed it up. And so, like, in general, I think by this point in the game, he wasn't super thrilled. I think he was trying to find some way to keep the game going, and he overlooked knight c7. I mean, I wasn't sure it was a blunder, but then, I mean, what else am I supposed to do after G5? So it's kind of nice to get to have him make that kind of a mistake.
Of course. The last round, it was a great, I mean, you probably were happy as well to see Fabi's victory over Jan, which means that everyone at the top now is within 3 points of each other, except for Pragg. So does that put you in even higher spirits ahead of the Blitz?
You know, I wasn't really thinking about it until the end of yesterday. When I looked at the scores, I think I was down 3 points at the end of yesterday, right? I think it was 3, if I'm not mistaken. And I was playing terribly. I had what, 2 losses and 1 win. I think I was still only like three points out of first place. That's kind of when I realized that like nobody actually was doing really well in the rapid. And then obviously to see a bunch of draws today and see Fabiano beat Nepo was quite nice, because it definitely gives me pretty good chances to catch up.
Before we move on to just discussing tomorrow, is there any of the games from today, from the first 2 games, is there anything you want to mention?
I mean, not really a whole lot. Obviously, since I had, an hour or something between the second and third game, I briefly popped in chat. I mean, I think what I would say is just very briefly about the second game, which is that, this is, I don't know, I feel like every time I come to St. Louis, I'm reminded of how old I am now that I'm not super young, because anybody who actually had done research, they would have known that I played this in Monaco in 2011. I believe I played against Veselin Topalov, if I remember correctly. It was a game that I think I lost when all was said and done, because I played this Queen E7 line with Queen H4 check rather than going Rook C8 and Queen D8 right away. And this was something I looked at 15 years or 13 years ago with Gary Kasparov. So like it's kind of a bit of a throwback to play something like this, something going back in time. Although actually it's kind of funny because this literally followed a game that was played between Dominguez and Arjun last year, which I was aware
of. Oh, really?
Of. Yeah, I mean, this whole line was Dominguez versus Arjun. I don't know exactly. Yeah, this is still the game. All this is the game.
Was the entire game your prep? I mean, had you seen it until the end? Yeah.
Well, no, but Arjun blundered. Arjun, I think, played Queen A4 instead of Queen A8. So just keep going. Yeah, so I think here after check, King G8, Rook B1, I think that Arjun played Queen A4 here and lost the game. Whereas Queen A8 is obviously, I mean, both moves are a draw, but Queen A4 I think is a little bit trickier.
Okay. Can I ask you how recently, can you reveal how recently you had looked at this?
I mean, this morning, of course. Obviously. But yeah, I mean, that was the only thing I wanted to add, was that this game, of course, was all prep. But sometimes it's fun to play things because really, I think I mentioned this before, or I mentioned this in my recap yesterday on when I covered the Alireza game. But I mean, I literally haven't looked at the French from the black side probably in about a decade, probably in like 10 years at least. So it's just a reminder, how much chess knowledge I've had, how much I remember, how much I've forgotten at the same time. It's just kind of fun to experiment a little bit.
Hikaru,
sorry, go ahead, Jose.
I want to ask you, in the first game, when you play the knight e2 line and you allow the endgame that against Wesley that you cannot take an advantage, do you consider?
So Wesley and I had a long conversation about this. I mean, I thought I was a little bit worse early. And then, yeah, basically the reason that I didn't take on, I mean, we spent like probably 20 minutes after the game talking about this, is that bishop takes d4, e4, knight e2 is what I should have played rather than knight e2. But we both overlooked that after takes knight e2, rook fd8, knight f4, that there's, on bishop f5, there's knight h5. We both missed this completely.
Bishop f5 was the move you, after that, you were not a...
Well, I mean, I saw knight d5, queen f5, knight c3, and we both thought black is fine.
Yeah, because after 92 the end game, yeah, you don't have you don't have the defile, so this is not an
Yeah, I mean, I
advantage.
should have played this. I should have played it, but I mean, I would have played this if I'd seen knight h5, but I just didn't see knight h5. So I thought, what's the point after rook f d8? Black's going to go d3. What am I playing for? Yeah, this was very critical after knight f4. I mean, we actually, even without knowing what the valuation is, we actually kind of concluded that queen a5 is the best move here, and black is probably fine. But it's very tricky. It's very tricky to play this move because bishop f5 is such a natural move to play.
Okay.
Okay, well,
so yeah.
Hikaru, I want to ask about, well, chat wanted to ask the important questions about your hotel room. Have you moved to a room with better Wi-Fi?
I mean, I didn't bother because, like, I mean, it's like I have all my clothes out and everything else, and it's just like, I mean, if I really need better internet for uploading, I just go sit in the hallway, and it's fine. I mean, it's literally the dead zone in the entire hotel, so it kind of sucks, but I'm too lazy to want to change. And I figure for 10 minutes, I can it's acceptable to talk to you guys. Maybe it's not acceptable for chat, but for me it is, and it's just like there's no need to change.
I have only one final question. Yesterday evening, you posted a picture of some sushi. You used the old, I believe it was an Anish tweet originally, good food and good company.
You guys are so out of date. It's not an Anish tweet. I mean, it's like an original meme that I created, and then everyone copied it.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Of course I created it. I mean, I tweeted it in 2015. Come on. Or was it 2016? I don't remember, but like I tweeted it and then everyone did it. Anish did it, Sergei Karyakin did it. I think someone else did it after that. So everyone was following me.
That
but
is,
of course,
actually, I'd forgotten. I knew, but I'd forgotten.
But this is so many years ago now that when people see it on Twitter, nobody even gets that it's something that I posted like so many years ago now. It's like nobody remembers. So everyone thinks that I'm just like, it's like, oh, great food. Like nobody actually is around from 2020. I think it was 2016. It might have been 2015.
But what I wanted to ask, how important do you actually think that great company and great food are for your chess?
I mean, I don't know that it matters so much for most places. It depends how politically correct I want to be, and I don't really want to be politically correct. So I guess what I would say is that, St. Louis is probably not my favorite location to play in. So when you're in a location that's maybe not your personal favorite, it's important that you have people around because that will lift your spirits when the location simply can't do that. So I would say that in St. Louis, it's actually pretty important because, I've been playing here now over the last 15 years. I mean, it's all become very old and boring for me, frankly. So in this place specifically, it matters a lot. In some places, it's not going to matter at all, though. But here, it definitely does.
Interesting take. Hikaru, I'm all out of questions. Jose, I don't know if there's anything else.
Yeah, final question. Do you consider the Pragg big blunder in the third game? It's something like according to the famous Hikaru effect.
I mean, I don't think it's so much about an effect. I think what I would say is that what Pragg was struggling with, it's something that, I mean, I haven't struggled with much in recent years, but I remember very clearly, I played the World Rapid and Blitz, I think in 2014 in Dubai. And in the Rapid portion, I think I drew the first game against Adley. I won the second game, and I think I lost the third game or something. And from the moment that I lost the third game, I felt like I had to win every game. I had to catch up. I had to do something. I had to win games at all costs. And the general sense I got with Pragg today, both in like the game against Alireza, but even my game, is he felt this like desperation, like he had to win a game. He had to do anything he could to win. And so I think at the end he was he's looking for some way to keep the game going. He didn't want to make the draw, and he just overlooked the fork. So I don't think it's like an effect. I think it's just he felt this big pressure, this big need to win the game for whatever reason, to try and catch up.
Yeah, he was over pushing at some point. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play perfectly either, but I mean, I think it felt like all his decisions from the opening forward were to try and keep the game going, and so he did. But then at the end, he just blundered this knight fork.
Hikaru, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck for the Blitz tomorrow. I think we all look forward to that, and enjoy.
I mean, I think what I would say, just one last point, is, I put myself in a position. Sure, I haven't played great in the Rapid, but I put myself in a position where if I play well, I should win the event. So like at this point, it's more about if I don't do what I'm supposed to do, that's my own fault. I can't really blame anyone or anything. So at least I put myself in the situation, and you just see how it goes. Where say if I lose this final game, then I can like be mad because it's like I have not put myself in a position where I can take care of business. So if I don't take care of business, well, that's my own fault. But at least I'm in the situation.
You consider yourself the best Blitz player in this field?
I mean, I think it's very much a toss-up between Alireza and myself. I think either one of us could get red hot. I do think that I would say, I think there's probably a 95% chance that either Alireza, myself, or Maxime will win the event. I don't really see. I mean, Jan can also play very well in Blitz, but I really think that most likely the people who can get red hot and go on the big streak, it's either going to be me, Alireza, or Maxime, or maybe all three of us.
That would be exciting. Well, we look forward to it, Hikaru. Thank you so much again
We
for
believe
your
in
time.
you.
Yeah, thank you guys, and yeah, thanks for doing the commentary, and yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow. So thank you so much, you guys.
Tomorrow.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Hikaru.
All right, have a good one, everybody. Bye.
Bye, bye. Okay, well, an exciting day of Rapid comes to an end. It ended in the best way possible with Hikaru winning the last round game, with Fabi beating Jan, which means that the standings are now very tight. As we could hear, Hikaru feels confident ahead of the Blitz. So, Jose, tomorrow will be an exciting day.
For sure, I'm really. I will not sleep. Yeah, there are at least 9 exciting matches tomorrow. We hope like Hikaru can make an advantage, can get shorter that just 2 points of Ian has. Yeah, we are rooting for Hikaru. We believe in him. It's nice to see him finishing with a victory against Pragg. So let's see tomorrow.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, guys, same place, same time. We will see 9 games of Blitz. Hikaru will play all of the participants once, and then the next day he will play them all again with colors reversed. So plenty of chess action to look forward to. Jose and I will be here to take you through all the action. For now, thank you very much for watching today. Have a good one, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.